One night I was driving home at around 2 a.m., and this tiny, tiny white creature, probably as tall as a Pringles can, though maybe a bit smaller, walked across the road in front of my car. I couldn't believe what I saw, so I called my then-boyfriend and frantically described the creature. He told me that sounded like a Fresno nightcrawler. When I got home and looked it up, that's exactly what it looked like. I'd never even heard about them before. I don't live in California, not even close. I still have no clue what it was. Some more details about what I saw, because I hadn't thought about this for a while, but now it's coming back to me. The bottoms of its legs ended in what looked like flowing bits or ribbons, and it was almost translucent. I could almost see the road through the creature. It walked at a kind of jaunty pace, like a person might walk. The best way to describe it is like a super steppy walk that the dwarves would sometimes do in Snow White, or Mickey Mouse does sometimes. I slowed my car down, but was afraid to stop it completely, and the thing disappeared as my car went through it. Honestly, it was so fucking cute, I wasn't even scared. But I was a little shaken up having seen something like this. When I retell this, I'm going to speak frankly and matter of fact, because whether or not someone believes in its authenticity won't change how real it was for me. Family, friends, therapists, doctors, nobody I've ever confided in has truly heard this story and believed me. My sincerity only made the people I told more uncomfortable. I couldn't blame them. It's hard for me to say if I would have believed myself. I recognized how outlandish I was sounding. I stopped telling people. I stopped asking questions. I accepted this new life as real. The answer to my questions was that there was no question. When I was 11 years old, my brother Aiden and I were kicking the football around in our family's driveway. After a missed shot, the ball took a bounce off the corner of the garage and into the road. I wouldn't say we lived on a busy street by any means, but cars did fly up and down our road frequently. I see one of these cars cruising up 90 meters ahead. Initially, my concerns are on the ball getting popped. It wasn't the first time we'd watched one of our footballs get run over after rolling into the street. We did our best to chase it down before it bounced off the curb. The boundaries of our pursuits were outlined by our property and fiercely enforced by our parents. Both of us had received reprimands about leaving the driveway earlier that week chasing after a ball, and we would have been grounded if we did it again. When Aiden leapt off the sidewalk and followed after the ball, I couldn't believe he'd risk both of our summer freedom by disobeying the rules. I knew I'd be equally associated standing on the sidewalk, watching him dash out there like a fool. As he ran past me, my reflexes sprang my arms out for him, but my fingertips just missed his collar. Frantically, I started yelling his name. Aiden's completely unaware of the vehicle speeding his way. It was a red Ford Escort. The driver was looking down, but at the very last moment, before completely smashing into Aiden. The lady glances up and spins the steering wheel. The tires screech and Aiden turns with a jaw-dropped, shocked expression as the car comes within centimeters of hitting him. The back tires fishtail, sending the car up onto the sidewalk and heading straight towards me. It all happened too fast for me to react. When she hits me, the car goes straight over top of me. The woman crashes through our neighbor's fence into their garden. This causes our neighbors to run out and see what had happened. Parts of my body were crushed by the weight, and I can't feel my legs. Fading in and out of consciousness, one of the neighbors began CPR on me, while the other called an ambulance. The man becomes a muddled oval of dark colors as he's performing compressions over me. Then, the dark colors grew into a solid black when I felt my eyes close. When I wake up, I'm I'm no longer in the amount of pain I was previously in. I can feel pressure from the wrap around my head. I try to move my arms, and I notice that my left arm is in a cast. And aside from other minor cuts and abrasions, I was doing way better than how I thought I'd be doing after going under a car. I kicked my legs around under the white sheets. I could feel them again, and they had no injuries on them. I'm so happy at that point that I'm about to hyperventilate. I hear movement next to my bed and see a doctor standing beside me. When I opened my eyes, she happily told me, "Welcome back. Your surgery was a success. I'll let your parents know you're awake." Then she walked out of the room. There's another hospital bed across from mine, a field of vision previously blocked by the doctor. I didn't expect to see Aiden there, and I'm thoroughly confused when he's also bloodied and banged up. His face is swollen and red. His limbs are absent of any casts or splints. He's casually playing a Kirby game on his handheld. He pauses the game when he sees my puzzled stare. Aiden mimics my facial expression in a dramatic, contorted way before asking why I'm looking at him like that. Him being there bewildered me. I asked how he got hurt. Aiden rolls his eyes. He thinks I'm milking the head injury. "Stop playing. You're not that drugged up." I feel tears fall down my cheek. Aiden also sees the genuine emotion when I ask again for him to tell me what happened. With a rushed tone, he sounded annoyed having to remind me why we were laying in hospital beds. He says, "You just woke up from surgery. You now have a long piece of metal and a bucket of nails inside your forearm helping the bones fuse together. Your little narcotic nap just wore off." He again accuses me of faking my amnesia, reminding me that he had the same surgery a few years ago on his leg. He tells me that morphine doesn't wipe the brain. It was my first time waking up from an unconscious state like that, but I could still differentiate the tired fog of my pain medication from the feeling that I was missing a piece of the story, one that would let my last memory and the current setting that I was in line up in an understandable way. I was run over by a car today. Saying it out loud made me recoil, thinking about how terrifying it had all been. Aiden corrects me, saying, "You weren't run over. We were hit by that car and sent flying into the neighbor's yard." In his version of the story, Aiden didn't leave the sidewalk to retrieve the ball. Both of us stood on the sidewalk and watched the driver of the red car turn their head up and swerve. Aiden managed to push both of us backwards, and instead of the car hitting us head on, we were both hit by the left headlight and spun like rag dolls. I was out for a couple of minutes, but by the time medics arrived on the scene, I was already apparently up and walking around. I was put under once more so that they could do my surgery. I couldn't believe it, even though the evidence was right in front of me. Aiden was wearing different clothing from what he had originally gone out with. Leaving the house that day, he was wearing his red Manchester United t-shirt. Now he was wearing a white YMCA shirt, one that I'd never seen before. I asked him where he got that shirt. He gives me a weird look and says, "My Y shirt? Got it from the laundry this morning." He told me he'd been wearing it all day. I look down, and my clothes are different too. They're still torn and bloodied from the accident, but what I'd put on that day was different. There were other little things that I began noticing that started leading me down the rabbit hole. Everything was the same, but there were slight changes I kept seeing. But after my brother's reaction, I didn't keep pointing out the oddities I found. When my mom walked into the hospital room, she didn't have a nose ring. When we got home, my posters were on opposite walls. Some of my clothes were different colors. Small details were different, and every time I'd point them out, I'd look crazy. For someone to believe me, they'd have to abandon their sense of reality. They didn't experience what I had. This is the only reality they knew, that they know. Nothing changed for them. Meanwhile, I kept finding alterations in life from before the accident. Over the years, it became less difficult to accept the new reality. From time to time, I'll still find a bit of information that seems wrong to me. For better or for worse, I've stopped questioning it. I believe it's healthier to just move forward, rather than losing my mind over a theory only I comprehend. When I went back to school, most of the kids were the same. Some had changed. Some of the teachers had changed, but the curriculum remained the same. None of the big historical events changed. I only had to relearn a few names. For example, the woman who refused to give up her seat on the bus to protest equal rights. Before the accident, we learned about a woman named Claudette Colvin. In this timeline, the torch was taken up by a woman named Rosa Parks. Martin Luther King Jr.'s name hadn't changed, and his movement had the same impact. But the Claudette Colvin example is one of many tiny details I've trained myself to ignore and relearn. It seemed only the small choices had the most amount of change. But every choice, big or small, leads you in a direction that will undoubtedly have more choices in need of pondering. Thinking like this, even to the smallest degree, who I was, who my brother, friends, and family all were, their lives and personalities would have had to change as well, even to the smallest degree, as a result of different choices made throughout their life. Mothman. That's the only name I've ever been able to give it. It was a warm summer evening and my family had gathered for an outdoor movie night at one of our relatives' houses. They'd set up a big screen in the backyard, rows of folding chairs and blankets covering the grass. The scent of popcorn and citronella candles was mixed in the air, and the sun, it was setting. For a kid around 7 or 8 years old, it really felt like the perfect night. The movie had just started when my attention began to wander. I wasn't interested in whatever was playing on the screen. I still don't remember what it was. So I turned my gaze toward the tree line at the edge of the yard. It was almost fully dark by then, the faint glow of the moon casting shadows across the ground. And that's when I saw something. At first I thought it was a trick of the light, just my imagination playing with the shapes of the trees, but as I stared, I realized it was something else entirely. A tall, black figure stood just beyond the trees, partially hidden by the shadows. It looked like it was covered in fur or hair, its long, spindly arms hanging unnaturally low. Its eyes, though, I remember those most clearly. They glowed a deep, almost fiery red, cutting through the darkness like embers. And it was staring right at me. I froze, not in fear exactly, but in shock. It wasn't moving, not even a little, just standing there, watching. The distance between us made it hard to make out specific details, and the dim light didn't help. I couldn't see if it had wings or not, though part of me expected it to. It was hard to explain the feeling, but it didn't seem threatening. There was an almost unnatural calm about it, like it wasn't interested in hurting me. It just was. After what felt like forever, curiosity got the better of me. I turned and ran back to the group, tugging on the sleeve of the nearest adult. "There's something in the woods," I said, urging them to come and see. Of course, they were skeptical, but I wouldn't let it go. I begged someone to follow me back to where I'd seen it. By the time I returned to the spot, it was completely dark. The figure was gone. The only thing staring back at me now were the trees. I scanned the area desperately, trying to catch another glimpse, but it was as if it had vanished into thin air. Understandably, no one believed me. I was just a kid with an overactive imagination, they said. Maybe I'd seen a shadow, or a deer moving through the woods. But I know what I saw. It wasn't a shadow. It wasn't a deer. And though I wasn't afraid when I saw it, the memory of those glowing red eyes has stuck with me ever since. What was it? Was it watching me for a reason? Why didn't it move while I was looking? And why did it disappear the moment I turned away? I've never been able to answer those questions, but one thing I do know for sure, it wasn't my imagination. It could have been a baby bear, but I'm convinced it wasn't. During a camping trip to northern Ontario in 2012, I believe I saw a baby Bigfoot. I was 16 at the time, tagging along with my friend and his family for a trip to Algonquin Park. It was my first real adventure into the Canadian wilderness, and I was excited to soak everything in. The towering trees, the different air, the feeling of being completely surrounded by nature. It was different for me. During one of our hikes, we were walking a winding trail through the dense forest when something unusual caught my eye. A flash of black against the vibrant red of a maple tree stood out among the greens and browns around us. I stopped, squinting, and I realized it was a small creature perched on one of the higher branches. It was facing the trunk of the tree, crouched low, as if trying to hide. At first, my logical brain thought that it might be a baby bear, but as I studied it, I began to notice things that didn't add up. For one, its limbs looked too long and lean for a baby bear cub. More like arms with small, dexterous hands gripping the bark. Its head seemed rounder, with no visible muzzle or snout like you'd expect on a bear, and when it turned its head slightly, I could see intelligent, curious eyes staring back at me. Eyes that seemed more human than animal. We locked eyes for what felt like several seconds, and that's when it did something strange. The creature pressed itself closer to the tree, hugging the trunk tightly, as if it thought that by hiding its face, I wouldn't be able to see it anymore. It was almost childlike, as if it didn't fully understand how hiding worked. I couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for it. It looked scared, but not aggressive. "Hey, look," I called out to the group, pointing up at the tree. Everyone stopped, following my gaze. "What is that?" "Oh, it's just a baby bear," someone said dismissively. "We better keep moving before the mama bear shows up." But even as the others began walking again, I couldn't tear my eyes away from the creature. The more I looked, the less it resembled a bear. The way it clung to the tree, its slender fingers curling around the bark. It was deliberate, so human. And the way it pressed its face into the trunk, as if trying to disappear, was something I couldn't imagine a bear doing. I tried to explain what I was seeing, but no one seemed interested. "It's just a bear cub," they repeated, waving me off. But deep down, I knew they were wrong. I knew what I saw wasn't a bear. It couldn't have been. Bears don't have hands like that. Bears don't behave like that. I thought about that moment often over the years, replaying it in my mind. What was it? A young Bigfoot? Some other creature we don't understand? I'll never know for sure, but I wish I could go back and take a closer look. Maybe snap a picture or find some proof. People still doubt me when I tell the story, but I stand by what I saw. It wasn't a baby bear. It was something else. Something extraordinary. Camping by myself in British Columbia during the fall. It's not a totally remote area, but it is a few hours from the city and surrounded by woods. It doesn't get a lot of campers that time of year either. My site is a free spot along the river that has a fire pit and a beat-up table. I do a ton of camping in remote areas, so this spot is not a big deal. But that night, I had a very uneasy feeling. I was creeped out the whole night, for no reason. I decided to go to bed early. I listened to a podcast on a speaker in my tent while I fell asleep because I was genuinely creeped out. The next morning, while I was making coffee, I noticed that there was someone's hat on the wood table. I know it wasn't there the previous day because I had set my cooking stove on it. So someone came into my camp during the night and left it there. I think the uneasy feeling I had at night was because I was being watched. It may have been a mushroom picker, but who knows? I've shared my craziest experiences as a firefighter before, but my creepiest, well, I start to think of slightly different call types. One of the ones that stands out was when we were called to do what we call a welfare check. These typically occur when someone is concerned about a family member or a friend who hasn't been answering their phone, or a knock on their door, or perhaps didn't show up for work. We arrived on this welfare check and found a woman with a small child in the driveway. She identified herself as the occupant's daughter-in-law. She'd been trying to reach her husband's mother for a couple of days on the phone, and she wasn't answering. She explained that this was out of the norm and that the woman had health problems and never left the house. We easily popped open the door and entered the house. The TV was on, and in front of it sat an elderly woman, slumped over, quite dead and cold. She'd probably been dead for 12 hours or so. So we started running through the protocol. This included calling the local police department as well as the coroner. We stood in the kitchen talking with the daughter-in-law, getting the patient's name and history, and trying to find out if there was anyone else we should call. As we're talking, I realized that the child she'd had with her in the driveway had entered the house as well. It was a boy, maybe 3 years old. He walked into the living room and was trying to talk to his grandma. He says to Mom, "Grandma's sleeping." He proceeds to sit down on the floor at Grandma's feet and is playing with toys, running his car onto her foot and saying, "Grandma, wake up and play with me." That was sort of sad and creepy at the same time. I wanted to ask Mom to pull him away from her, but he didn't seem disturbed in the least, and suddenly yanking him away from his grandma and keeping him away might scare him. As far as he was concerned, Grandma was just taking a nap. Why not leave it that way? There is a sort of light-hearted ending to this that still makes me chuckle when I think of it. A few minutes later, I see a car pull into the driveway and screech to a halt. An elderly man gets out and heads for the door. The daughter-in-law says, "Oh shit, it's her husband. He doesn't know what's going on." As he comes running into the kitchen and yelling, "What's wrong? What's going on?" I gave him my well-practiced speech. "I'm sorry, sir. Your wife appears to have died several hours ago. I'm afraid there's nothing we can do." He looked at me and replies, "Well, damn it. What am I supposed to do with these drugs from the pharmacy I just got for her?" He holds up the bag. "They cost me $200. I was so stunned I just stood there for a few seconds and said nothing. You're probably thinking, world's biggest asshole, right? It turned out that he and his wife had been separated for something like 10 or 12 years, but since she was in poor health, he had been helping out by picking up groceries and medications from the pharmacy. He said, "Let me get you boys a cup of coffee." So that was the scene. Sitting at the kitchen table, my partner and I were drinking a cup of coffee with the widower and the daughter-in-law, while Grandma sat slumped over, dead, in front of the TV, with her grandson playing with toys around her feet, waiting for the damned coroner to show up. It was surreal enough for a Salvador Dali painting. About 25 years ago, when I was only 7, my family and I visited my cousin and her family in Sacramento on a Saturday. They lived in an apartment right next to a cemetery, with an elementary school right behind the apartment complex. This was definitely located in a rough neighborhood. My cousin, who was about the same age as me, brought me and my older brother to the school's playground. My brother brought a basketball and played at the courts by himself, and I was playing on the structure with my cousin. Randomly, my cousin said that she had to run home with no explanation whatsoever. She just took off. For some reason, I didn't question her or decide to follow her. I just sat on the structure next to the slide. Then I heard what sounded like two voices, one on each side of my ears, grunting at me. I felt a presence almost like the voices came from two people standing on either side of me. My heart dropped. I wanted to faint. I screamed for my brother who was playing on the courts, and before I can even tell him what's going on, he started sprinting off. I ran after him with my shoes halfway on. When we ran back to my cousin's house, my brother said he started running because he heard constant banging against the school bungalow and angry grunting voices chasing after him. We went upstairs to look for my cousin, and when we entered her room, she was sitting on her bed, legs crossed, staring off into space. We screamed her name, and she just slowly turned her head to look at us. She looked like she'd been drugged and just mumbled something to us. We couldn't figure out what she was saying, so we just left her room. My brother and I then told our parents and aunts and uncles what happened to us. They just laughed it off. When it was around dinner time, we all gathered around the dinner table, and my cousin came out of her room from upstairs, acting normal again, like nothing happened. My brother and I remember everything to this day. We've reminded our cousin of that day numerous times, and she cannot remember anything. We brought it up to her a couple months ago, and still, she didn't recall ever taking us to that school. I don't know if she was just so scared that she tried to shut that part out of her memory. She always seemed slightly annoyed every time we'd bring it up, or if she truly cannot remember. It was definitely one of the scariest moments I've ever experienced. Several years ago, I took a trip to Wyoming. I initially considered the idea of relocating and settling down there. However, I soon realized that the cold weather was too much for me to handle. Regardless, before my departure, I found myself wandering along the roads in search of a warm place that was open 24 hours. As I strolled, a truck pulled up beside me, and two men kindly offered me a ride. Without hesitation, I accepted their offer. Unexpectedly, they informed me that they needed to attend to something quickly, but promised to return shortly. Trusting their words, I agreed to wait. The darkness fell and the temperature dropped. I decided to continue on foot as it became increasingly uncomfortable to remain there. After approximately 15 minutes, the men returned and pulled up beside me, urging me to get in the truck. As I turned to face them and prepare to step inside, they suddenly grabbed my shoulders and forcefully pulled me into the vehicle. A sense of panic washed over me, and an inner voice urged me to escape from the truck, as it was evidently unsafe. In that moment, I turned to the only thing I knew, prayer, and entrusted my safety to God. It was then that I heard a change in their plans. Instead of driving me to Walmart as originally intended, they revealed their intention to take me to their apartment. Remarkably, it was at this point that the voice seemed to take over, transforming my own voice into that of a deep and powerful man's. Stepping out of the truck, I bid the men farewell, expressing gratitude for the ride in a masculine tone. I spoke loudly, emitting a hearty laughter, and confidently walked away from them. The two men appeared hesitant to approach me. Once I had reached a safe distance, my voice returned to its usual range. Without hesitation, I made my way to the nearest police station, where I sought refuge and assistance. They provided me with the necessary support, eventually escorting me to a warm and secure hospital where I could spend the night safely. Once again, I turned to prayer, this time seeking a bus ticket to Florida. Miraculously, my prayers answered once again. I obtained the means to travel to Florida. To this day, I ponder whether the two men perceived me as a man rather than a woman that fateful evening. But whatever came over me, it saved my life. Three years ago, I got lost in the woods, and I've never told anyone what really happened. I didn't want people to think I was crazy, but I just can't keep it to myself. I live on the outskirts of a very large forest in Louisiana. Every weekend I would hike the same trail, but occasionally I'd also do a little exploring. There's offshoots and game trails everywhere, but my GPS always brought me home safe and sound, until I got stuck in a spot without service. My compass app was likewise useless. I had no clue which direction I came from, and I didn't even think to use it until after an hour of running in circles. I began eliminating pathways by breaking branches along the way. I thought if I could stop going in circles, I would eventually find my way back. But then it started getting dark. The prospect of spending the night in the woods was suddenly very real. And to make matters worse, it started raining. It's one thing to tough it out in a dark forest, but being soaked adds a whole new layer of misery, one I wasn't keen to endure. I kept my eyes glued to my phone. Even if I didn't find familiar territory, I expected to find a bar of service. But nope. The rain came down harder, and I could barely see when I stumbled upon an abandoned house. Well, it was more of a shack than anything. Most of it was in ruins under a collapsed roof, but the kitchen and den were just moldy with a slight breeze. It was at least better than getting soaked outside, so I cleared off a chair and settled in for the night. There was no way I was going to sleep, but I had my portable battery, so at least my phone kept a charge. For the next hour or two, I listened to whatever podcasts I had downloaded, and then the door blew open with a loud bang. The noise caused me to jump out of my seat with a startled scream, so I pushed a metal table in front of the door to keep it shut. Not long after returning to my seat, I began hearing noises inside the house too. But the storm was raging by then, so I did my best to ignore it. The place was in shambles. Of course there would be some strange sounds. It wasn't until I heard the footsteps that I started to really worry. And they were footsteps. There was no mistaking it. They were coming from one of the destroyed bedrooms, but I didn't understand how. When I looked in there, all I saw were piles of wood and debris from half the roof falling in. I stood watching as the steps grew closer, waiting to see who would appear in the doorway. They crossed the threshold a few seconds later, but there was nobody attached. It was like an invisible person was walking straight towards me. I ran towards the door, but before I could move the table, the footsteps vanished mid-stride. I stood there, frozen, waiting and listening for several minutes before returning to my seat. Desperate to stay dry, I convinced myself I'd imagined it, but that only worked for so long. Things were quiet for maybe another hour, but as soon as I let my guard down, there was a series of loud bangs in the kitchen. When I went to check, all of the remaining cabinet doors were now wide open. I'm positive they were closed when I arrived, and I hadn't gone back in there since. Again, things were quiet for a time, but my final straw happened when a cold hand clasped the back of my neck. I screamed like someone was trying to kill me, and it sent my phone flying across the room. After retrieving it, the metal table flipped over on its side, and the door was blown open yet again. Though, looking back, I'm not sure if the wind was actually to blame. That was all I could handle, though. The rain suddenly didn't seem so bad after all. I ran into the darkness with nothing but my phone's flashlight and the lightning guiding my way. I didn't know which direction I was going, but I knew it was away from whatever was in that house. I can't be sure how long I was actually running, but eventually I stopped dead in my tracks as my phone began ringing off the hook. My husband, parents, sister, everyone I ever knew had called or texted me at least 100 times since I'd gone missing. There were new alerts for a local missing woman. Turns out she was me, and all I could do was cry relief. With my GPS working again, I learned I was much farther from home than I could have guessed. It shouldn't have even been possible to walk that far. I eventually met a group of search and rescuers who took me to get checked by paramedics. I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone about the house, so I left everything out, except for how I got lost in the first place. These days, on a rare occasion, I do go for a hike. I don't leave the main trail anymore, though. Always be extra cautious when you're out on your own. Things can happen so fast. I was 7 when my parents moved us into a New Hampshire townhouse. My brother, David, was 5. We made friends with a little girl around the same age and thought she was a neighbor. We'd play in my room or in the backyard, but any time our mom came around, the girl disappeared. We spoke of her enough that our parents considered her an imaginary friend. One day, the girl asked David to walk her home. Mom saw him leaving and caught him just before he made it to the street. They didn't think our imaginary friend was so cute after that. A few days later, we moved out with no explanation. Earlier this year, Mom confessed that she and Dad had woken up to see a little girl standing at the foot of their bed. Only she had a severely burned face, and most of her skin was peeling off. Eventually, she faded into a cloud of black smoke that smelled like death. They didn't even go back to sleep. Once they could move again, they started packing. I ordered the most beautiful 1800s brush and comb set with silver in it from a well-known antiques dealer in 2001. I was so happy with it that I immediately put it out on my dresser. The next morning, my husband told me that he had the most horrible dream, and when he told me about it, I was shocked that it sounded like we had the same dream. Someone, a man in a bowler hat, standing over him, strangling him. I couldn't scream. He couldn't scream. It was the most bizarre collective experience we've ever had. After our initial discussion and shock, we didn't think much about it because what can we do, really? We didn't have any more weird dreams for a few days, but later that same week, our dogs refused to go into the bedroom. This was insane because our dogs always slept with us in our bed. Except now, they would snap at you if you tried to force them. And then the dreams started again. About a week later, I was downstairs while my husband went to bed early with a horrible headache. When I went up to bed, there was the man in the bowler hat bending over my husband, the same man from our dream. He looked at me and instantly disappeared, almost like he glitched away in the blink of an eye, yet I never blinked. The dogs had followed me and they were barking like crazy. When I woke my husband up to tell him what had happened, he told me he was having that same dream. I decided to call my priest, and I told him about what had been going on. He asked me if we'd brought anything new into the home recently, possibly any antiques. I told him nothing except my hairbrush set and that it was from New York, from a reputable dealer. He told me not to sell it because we might give the demon to whoever bought it. Demon. I was speechless. Actually, I was kind of a wreck. After calming me down some, he told me to get a small box and completely fill it with salt so that nothing of the set was touching cardboard, just salt, and then to take it way into the woods and bury it extremely deep. When I told my husband, he got excited and anxious, telling me, "Do you remember when we bought it? There was salt all in the package." He was right. At first I hadn't been sure what it was, but that's exactly what it was. So we hurriedly bought 5 pounds of salt and buried the box deep in the Smoky Mountains where hikers wouldn't find it. I never bought another antique from eBay. We never had another nightmare. Our dogs went back to sleeping with us like nothing happened. And we never saw anything else in that house. It sure made us start praying again, though. A story from my shameless youth. I grew up in Portland, Oregon. Every pawn shop knows me from those days. All of us go way back. If I walked into any of those places and the same people were still working there, they'd look upon me with a familiar, light-hearted gaze. They'd see through the wrinkles I've acquired over time. They'd remember my bright blue eyes as I batted my lashes, trying to act cute while haggling over a couple dollars difference when the man behind the counter lowballed the 4 VCRs my boyfriend recently shoplifted. I think I got $30 that time. Shoplifting at the mall wasn't all my boyfriend did. His main gig was parking lot smash and grabs and the occasional home invasion. He didn't usually share how he acquired the things he stole. Our little apartment was filled with the useless shit we couldn't pawn. Some nice things we wanted to keep, but most of our surfaces were cluttered with junk. Incomplete sets that would be worth triple if one more piece was found. Machines a few parts short before they'd be back to new again. That kind of stuff. A lot of it. He once came home with a beautiful pearl necklace that, to this day, I believe was haunted. Something had attached itself to that necklace, and it wasn't happy about us being the new owners. The pearls were placed in a vanity drawer that I would find fully opened again and again after consciously knowing I closed it the time before. It was a drawer that I never used, and yet I'd leave the bathroom and it would be open by the time I returned. The incidents didn't stay isolated to the pearls, because once the presence was acknowledged, it became real. I got home from work one night. Boyfriend was sitting on the porch, freezing cold, smoking a cigarette. I asked what he's doing out there. He looked even more disheveled than usual. I jokingly asked if he got a lace joint, trying to break the weird silence and get him to open up. He tells me why he's standing out there, but his stoic face didn't melt. He had rings under his eyes like he'd been crying, and his eyes teared up again when he told me what happened. He'd only gotten home about 10 minutes earlier. When he walked inside, our bedroom door on the opposite wall was open, allowing him to see directly into our room. He said he made eye contact with someone hiding under the bed. He thought it was me until the figure quickly crawled backwards, pushing further under the bed until it disappeared. Where it retreated to would have been impossible with the way that our bed was positioned against the wall. I don't know if his story made me paranoid, but a few days later, after I'd gotten out of the shower, I was toweling myself off near the bed, and I felt cold fingers grab one of my ankles. The cold grip surprised me, and its release was as sudden as its grab. I thought my leg had become tangled in cords at first, but after I kicked, I didn't feel a weight lifted away. It was like I was kicking out of something, rather than kicking something off to untangle. Like lifting your leg out of long, wet grass or mud. I felt the tension pull back just before it let go. I took the towel off my head and looked down. Nothing was near my feet that I could have unconsciously wrapped my foot in. I was rushing to work that day and didn't think anything past it being a minor inconvenience that I forgot about during the next preparation task. Boyfriend was already shaken up, so I didn't add my story to his. What he'd seen scared him enough to make him not want to go into our bedroom, unless absolutely necessary. We slept on the living room couch for a few nights after that, until I could convince him to use our bed again. Neither of us associated the pearls with what was going on yet. I believed something strange and was leaning towards something paranormal, especially with the vanity drawer. But the necklace hadn't been the obvious culprit until I wore it. There was a handful of times, I swear, it felt like it was snagged from behind and it pulled up to my neck, right under my jaw. I would also slowly develop a rash that resembled burn marks around the areas where the pearls made contact. When the welts formed, I treated it like an allergic reaction. Allergies had never been a problem for me, but there could have been a chemical on the necklace that irritated my skin. The rashes wouldn't clear up. No matter what creams or pills I used to treat the bumps, they had no effect. The pearls were tossed back into the vanity drawer, and I'd continue the routine of finding it open and closing it when I used the bathroom. Then, on one of these visits, I happened to glance down into the extended drawer and saw that the necklace was missing. My boyfriend didn't take it. I don't know how long it's been missing since I noticed. Closing the drawer became such an absent-minded task, I usually just bumped it with my hip while I turned off the lights. Footsteps would trail around the apartment when we were alone and the other one was at work. It never felt like we were the only ones there. The apartment felt like a gloom had moved in that we'd never shared as a couple up until that moment. The atmosphere was depressing, with no obvious reason as to why we felt so down. I started waking up with migraines after experiencing extremely realistic and scary nightmares. My boyfriend's sleep was becoming interrupted, equal to mine. He was woken up when I started screaming in my sleep on account of the terrible dreams I was having. I'd either wake myself up from this or he'd have to jostle my body in order to stop my screams. We wanted to move, blaming all the misfortune on our apartment being haunted, but unfortunately, we couldn't break the lease. We were also broke. We needed to save up for these changes. A retail worker and professional burglar don't make as much as one may think. First and last month's rent couldn't be scrounged together or pawned overnight. Our living room walls were decorated with neon signs that would all flicker together. None of them had settings to do anything but stay glowing. So why were they doing this now? A smaller glass piece that was shaped into a baseball glove would fall off of its fastened hook and crash into the other signs like a house of glass cards. All but around 3 or 4 survived. The rest became sharp slivers in the carpet left of the front door. The hook that held up the neon glove was still in the wall, meaning this neon piece of art would have had to have been lifted straight up and over its hook in order to fall off. The destruction happened when we were sitting in the living room watching TV together. Boyfriend had been collecting these neon signs for years. He'd even had pieces that he paid for with his own money hanging on that wall. Our lease was up in 5 months. During that time, we waited patiently while our home felt more and more like a haunted house. It used to be nice coming home. Now we'd dread when the other one had to leave, and we'd never looked forward to going back after our shifts ended. A coworker of mine had a litter of puppies that she was trying to adopt off. Boyfriend and I thought about getting a puppy. We decided that it would brighten up the somber feeling we were having. The next afternoon, I brought home a little lab mix that we named Biscuits. He's a very energetic pup and insists on smelling around each and every corner of his new surroundings. Our attention and affection is spent all on Biscuits, and we can't help but feel cheerier the moment he enters the apartment. That night that we brought Biscuits home, he's wandering around in the bedroom. I'm out in the living room. Boyfriend goes to work. The TV's on low and I'm playing on my phone. I hear Biscuits whimpering, and his whimpering is becoming more strained, and I get up to see what he's gotten into. I make a couple loops around the apartment and realize this puppy is nowhere to be found. I started frantically crawling around trying to listen for his squeaks and barks to get an idea of where he was. I narrow it down to the bedroom and look under the bed to see Biscuit's neck tangled in something under there. I dive in trying to free him from whatever's strangling him. When I reach my arms far enough to free him, I feel a strand of round pearls wrapped around his neck. I pull Biscuits out and through the necklace on the bed. I'd been pacing for hours, so right when my boyfriend got home that night, I told him my theory on the pearls. I told him we needed to get rid of them. He agreed. They had to go, and so off to the pawn shop he went. But before he left, I told him, don't pawn them, don't sell them. Just take them back to wherever you got them or throw them away. Something felt wrong about selling them or giving them to some other person to deal with their own horrors. I have no idea what he ended up doing with them, but I was happy to have it far away from me. I never considered things being legitimately cursed until this. Oddly enough, everything stopped. Everything was back to normal. So much so that when the time came, we even signed another lease. Over the years, I've heard a lot of ghost stories. Stories about people using Ouija boards. My friend talked to me just recently about his haunted basement, which I'll have to follow up with you on. But for now, this is my ghost story. Though I'm not entirely sure it was a ghost, but you tell me. It's the only thing I've ever experienced, and I'm grateful I experienced it with friends eventually. It's nice to know you're not crazy, even if you're 12. No one wants to lose their mind. So far, me and my friends are some of the only ones I've met who have experienced a haunted treehouse. Though the older I've gotten, the more I've come to terms with the fact that maybe it wasn't the treehouse itself. Maybe it was the woods. Our houses all sat along these woods in Central Oregon. My house the furthest into the neighborhood, at the end of the dead end. This means I had woods lining my backyard, but also had them alongside my house on the far side. When I was much younger, my dad learned that our property actually extended into those woods. However, we were unable to establish any plumbing or electrical, so adding onto our home wasn't really an option. Instead, my dad decided to build a pretty state-of-the-art treehouse, one that we used to all enjoy together as a family until it became a spot exclusively for me and my friends. The first time I ever stayed out there alone, I didn't like it. In fact, I ended up back inside almost as soon as my parents were asleep. I was, for all intents and purposes, afraid. I disguised this by having friends with me most of the times that I was out there after dark. After all, the treehouse had always held positive memories. I was sure that I was just being a baby about being alone. I think I was around 11 or 12 when I decided to try sleeping out there alone again. My parents were painting my room, and since they didn't know I was afraid of the treehouse alone at night, they suggested I sleep out there. It was summer after all. For the night, I brought a little battery-powered radio out there, doubled up on blankets, and kept a walkie-talkie with me. The other receivers belonged to my two friends who were also neighbors. So I just wanted the walkie-talkie for reinforcements, I guess. While I was out there, I remember telling myself I wasn't tired and that's why I couldn't fall asleep. But even as my eyes felt heavy and started to close, I found myself forcing myself awake to avoid falling asleep out there. But eventually, nature took over. I'm only human after all, so I fell asleep. Not for long, or maybe it was. The one thing about being out there is I didn't have a way to tell the time. Anyway, I woke up to what I thought was my walkie-talkie going off. It startled me, and I fumbled for the receiver to silence the sort of piercing noise it was producing. I realized it was actually my radio making that noise. I turned it off before I even had a moment to think about how strange that was. I knew I had turned that off. In fact, I was sure I'd turned it off, batteries and all. When it turned on the first time, the radio was just producing static, like it was between actual functioning stations. But then it turned on again, only this time it sounded as though it was skipping through channels. I hadn't laid back down yet, so the radio was just within my grasp. Instead of grabbing it, I found myself sort of leaning forward. I wanted to see if the little red dial was moving, and it was indeed moving. The knob, however, was stationary. As a child, I remember thinking, what kind of magic is this? Yet there was this other part of me that wasn't so much amazed as it was afraid. I wanted to turn the thing off, but I didn't want to touch it. Then I felt something. The treehouse itself started to vibrate. I had no idea how, but it sure was. The radio kept doing its thing. It tipped over, but it didn't turn off. I'd never wanted to go inside so much. Everything inside of me was dedicated to the cause of making it to my house. At first, I was worried about moving while everything was vibrating, but it started to almost hurt. It was that powerful. When I went to climb down the ladder, I realized it was nearly impossible to grab onto the wood planks. The vibration was so strong, it's like my hands couldn't even grip the wood. The radio was almost silent in comparison to the buzzing sound that completely consumed me. If I hadn't been conscious of it, if I didn't move at all, I would have thought that for sure I was having some sort of seizure. After several moments, it stopped. Everything did. The radio was silent, the treehouse was no longer vibrating, so I wasted no time running back inside the house. I didn't think that I would sleep much that night, but I felt a world of difference being in my own bed, and I passed out. I didn't really spend much time out there alone after that incident. The treehouse actually gathered dust for a while, and my dad contemplated tearing it down. However, when I was around 15, I decided that the treehouse was absolute gold. No way I could give it up. Instead, my dad helped me run some extension cables and cords from the treehouse to the house. This gave me a little makeshift electricity while out there. That summer, it was equipped with a mini fridge, a small TV, and a Nintendo GameCube. It became the chill spot for a while, at least our entire freshman year. But I still, on the low, hated sleeping out there. I always found an excuse for us to go inside. One night, that didn't really work. My friends Riley and Jason were basically giving me a hard time, saying that they weren't done playing video games, and after a few more excuses, they just straight up said that they were too lazy to go inside, that it was too hot in there. So I caved and just said, fuck it, it's one night. I knew better, but you know how peer pressure is. Plus, I was technically their host. Was I just gonna leave them out there? I decided my best bet was probably just to fall asleep before they did. The sound of Mario Kart in the background was almost soothing, but I was jerked awake. It felt exactly like when you're between sleep and suddenly you feel like you're falling. My stomach dropped. Then, the vibration started. Only this time I wasn't alone. My friends were both wide awake, and from the looks of it, they were still playing video games because the TV was on. It, along with everything else in the treehouse, was moving slightly. It felt identical to what I experienced as a child, and I hated it. I never heard Riley scream before, not that I could recall. To the sound, it almost didn't register, and it was so drowned out by the other noise. But I saw his face. He was horrified. I watched as he grabbed onto the wood framing and quickly let go, realizing it was impossible to grip. I tried to say out loud to just sit still. It will only be a couple minutes. You just couldn't really hear what I was saying. So I sat there, covering my ears, hoping they would do the same, and they did. Then, just like the first time, it all stopped. The TV was off, and the vibration was no longer present. Riley went straight for the ladder. Jason followed close behind. I took my time leaving, though. I had no idea what I was looking for, but I just felt like I was going to experience something. Another thing I still can't explain. Then, on my way down the ladder, it happens again. Mid-ladder, the vibration causes my hands to lose their grip on the wood, and I fall backwards. Luckily, my friends were already off the ladder by this point. Instead of crushing them, I just fell straight on my back, knocking the wind out of myself. On the ground, I couldn't feel any vibration, but it sounded like an extreme windstorm was making its way through the woods, only there was no wind. After my friends helped me up, I was able to catch my breath and follow them inside. We were far too jumpy to be quiet or even consider what time it was. Jason looked me dead in the eyes, and I'll never forget. He looked at me and said, "I saw something out there. Something big." He was serious, real serious, but he said he couldn't explain. Riley asked me what that was. Why was the treehouse shaking like that, and what the fuck was up with the TV? By this time, my parents came down and were asking us what the heck was going on. Why were we yelling and running around? I wasn't even going to launch into the story, but Jason and Riley did it for me, telling my parents something was outside. Something was shaking the tree and messing with the TV. They swore up and down that they turned off the TV. My parents, well, they just looked tired. Honestly, their lack of enthusiasm made what we experienced seem like nothing, but they weren't there. Essentially, we were told to keep it down and to either set up in the living room or my room. We opted for the living room. Nothing else happened, but by the time I woke up, both of my friends were gone. I called them later that weekend asking where they had gone. They both told me they couldn't sleep. They waited for sunrise and they walked home. They also said that they saw the TV turn on again. They could see a light glowing inside the treehouse from the living room. It shouldn't have been possible, since one of the things my dad did when we woke him up was unplug everything from the house. It shouldn't have even had power. So that was officially the last time I stayed the night up there. Well, it was the last time anyone stayed the night up there. My dad tore it down before senior year. I just have to know, has anyone else experienced something like this? In the woods or in their house? Anywhere? What was it? So, straight up, I made this throwaway account for this because I'm ashamed of my actions. But I'm in over my head, and I really need some help. Just know that karma has thoroughly put me in my place, and my mistake will never be repeated. I live in a small, poor neighborhood, and for 7 years, I've been at war with the old woman next door, Helga. If I have family or friends over, and someone's parked on the curb, she'll call the police. If my dog barked, she'd call the police. That's why I never got another one after Buddy passed. If I play music, she'll call the police. Obviously, nothing came of it, but it was still a pain to deal with. If I put out yard decorations, she'll find a reason to complain. If they aren't somehow offensive, they violate the HOA policy. Fun fact, we don't have an HOA. We're all poor. Everything looks like shit. Hell, there's tinfoil all over her windows. I mean, come on. But she's like that towards everyone. I only get the worst of it because her house is on the corner, and I'm unfortunate enough to be directly next to her. She lived in that house alone for at least 15 or 20 years, according to the other neighbors, and no one has ever seen her have company. Since I moved in, I've only seen her leave 2 or 3 times, but she gets a lot of deliveries, so I figured that she's just ordered everything off Amazon. Because of the tinfoil and her tendency to only come outside at night, we didn't catch many glimpses of her. But when we did, she always seemed kind of dirty and unkept. A couple years ago, when I still had Buddy, I was walking around the block as Helga collected her boxes, and there was a row of scary tribal masks hanging on the wall behind her. I only saw them for a quick second before she hurried back inside, but I'll never forget the one in the center. The face was long and had a pointed chin, large rectangular teeth. Its eyes were closed in angry slants, and red war paint adorned its head and cheeks. My description truly doesn't do it justice. Its menacing expression made it seem alive. The guy who lives across from her, Joe, was coming home late one night, like 3 a.m, not expecting anyone to be out. But Helga was standing in the middle of the street, with her arms raised to the sky, wearing a black hooded robe. When the headlights hit her, she started screaming in what sounded like Latin, and Joe thinks that she put a curse on him because he had a wreck just 3 days later. It totaled his truck. He got banged up a little, but could have been much worse. Everyone got really wary of Helga after that, but life moved on without much else happening until 2 weeks ago, when she actually left her house. On the few occasions this has happened, she left after dark and returned before dawn. But on this day, she left at lunchtime. I expected to see her car back the following morning, but it was still gone. She didn't return the next day either, or the next. Meanwhile, her boxes are piling up at the door, and in our neighborhood, they would have been immediately stolen at anyone else's house, but not Helga's. At least not until I couldn't stand the curiosity anymore. This is the part where I'm arguably a huge dick. The logical side of me felt like the boxes probably contained basic household items, toilet paper, trash bags, laundry detergent. But the kid in me couldn't stop thinking about that freaky mask, wondering what else she might collect. I mean, I was gonna put it back. But yeah, I stole a box. One of the big ones, in fact. And I'm still paying for it. I ripped into it like a kid at Christmas, but inside was a large wooden cigar box with a little clasp, a cheap lock. The key was taped to the bottom with a card that read, "Do not open," in bold print. Obviously, I had to open it, but I wasn't immediately certain of what I was looking at. A small glass vial had a lock of hair tied to it with string, and there was a pile of what I believed to be dried out herbs, petals, and something that looked like ashes. Disappointed, I put it all back and threw it in a drawer, for the time being. That night, I was getting ready for bed and I heard a loud crash in the hallway. When I went to check, glass was all over the floor from a broken picture frame. The frame hadn't fallen. The glass had just shattered. I couldn't find anything that might have hit it. I live alone. I don't have any pets. The best I could guess was some kind of hot to cold, or is it cold to hot, reaction, even though I experienced absolutely no temperature changes myself. The next night, I had awful nightmares, where I heard someone fumbling around in the living room, and I went to check it out. As I reached the end of the hallway, a shadowy stick figure stood with its head barely an inch below the ceiling. And upon seeing me, it rushed towards me at a blinding speed. I stumbled backwards as it shot through me, and I bolted straight up in bed, gasping for breath. I was clammy with cold sweat, and there was a sharp pain in my chest. When I opened my shirt, there was a big red rash in the center of my chest. Freaked out, I went to the bathroom, but when I turned on the lights, I saw the same shadowy stick figure behind me in the mirror. I turned around, screaming, but nothing was there. Likewise, it was gone from the mirror as well. A day or two later, a picture frame fell off the wall, but at least that one didn't break. Then that night, I dreamed the figure was on my ceiling, looking down at me. It turned into black smoke and funneled down my nose and throat like fire. Again, I woke up in a clammy sweat, and now I had a hacking cough as well. The night before last, I woke up to a banging on my closet door that didn't stop until I got up and opened it. I don't know how much more of this I can take. Was the box cursed? Was it a trap? Was someone trying to curse Helga? But I intervened. No one knows where she is. 3 days ago, I went door to door asking if anyone knew where she might be, but the neighbors were as confused as me. Afterwards, I called the police to report a possible missing person. They're looking into it, but the only update I've received was to say that they couldn't find any relatives or friends. They're pursuing other avenues. I've already put the package back, but I feel like I messed up really bad. I have no clue how to break a curse, and I can't even Google it without knowing what kind it is. Does anyone have any idea what the deal is with that freaky box or the shadow thing? When I was a younger single mother, I really couldn't afford anything new. I would shop at local thrift stores and flea markets in San Antonio. Goodwill was my favorite place, and so were the flea markets. Two, in fact. One was Old Austin Highway Flea Market, and the other one was on Fredericksburg Road. I dream of those places now. But about the mirror, I bought a beautiful, and I mean beautiful, mirror at one of the flea markets. Hand-carved wood, with cherubs, ribbons, cornucopias, and a basket up at the top. All the bells and whistles. I mean, it was gorgeous. And $10. Back then, chicken legs and thighs were selling for 19 cents a pound, and I had a family to feed, so that $10 meant an awful lot, but I couldn't leave the mirror. The man I purchased the mirror from said that it came out of an old home around the Beacon Hill area. I don't know why I remember that detail after all these years, but some memories never fade. Well, I took it home, cleaned the mirror with vinegar and water, and then oiled the wood. I hung it over the fireplace mantel in the living room. I was happy. Everything was all right for about a week, I guess. Then I would start to see dark spots in the mirror. No big deal. It's probably my eyes. Only then they began to swirl, start looking like smoke. They would dissipate when you looked directly at the mirror. I was starting to get worried there, more so because I thought it was my eyes. I thought they were making something manifest in the mirror. Maybe it was allergies. You tend to make these excuses because that stuff happens to other people or in the movies, not you. Hauntings aren't real, right? Well, one very early morning, my son was having a conversation in the living room. I caught him out of bed and I asked what he was doing up so late, as tomorrow was a school day. John, my son, said that he was talking to Abe. That woke me up. What? John says, I was talking to Abraham Lincoln. You know, the man with the big tall hat. But when he saw you coming, he went back into the mirror again. Half dazed, I could only laugh it off as I ushered my son back to bed. Kids and their imaginations, so I thought. I didn't hear any more of this hat man that coming week, but one night, soon afterwards, I found my son in his bedroom, crying and shaking. I asked, John, what's going on? John said that Abe came to his bedroom that night, but that this time, Abe had red eyes. He was asking my son to come with him, that there was a bed he needed to sleep in, to just follow him. He said he didn't want to. He said he had to fight hard to get away from Abe. He was so genuinely shaken up. I told him, don't worry, Mama's gonna sleep with you tonight. I was up all that night. Spirit or no, I was going to beat the living or dead crap of whoever made my son scared. But nothing happened. The following night, same thing. So, my son started sleeping in my room for a few days. After nothing happened for a few days, he went back to sleeping in his room without incident. Sure, I was having nightmares now, but at least my son was okay. 2 days after he started sleeping in his room again, I was folding laundry in his bedroom. I heard a faint knocking. Great, we had little critters in the walls now, I was thinking. So I got up, but without even thinking about it, I was standing in front of the mirror in the living room. I suddenly felt something ice cold rush through my chest, like I inhaled something frozen. Clutching my chest, I saw a column of gray smoke go into the mirror. There was something about the feeling and seeing it happen so clearly that made me sure something was seriously wrong with this mirror. I took that mirror down and I put it on the curb. It was gone within a few minutes. I still slept with my son for a couple more weeks, asking John if Abe ever came back. He said no. Every so often, I would sneak back into my son's bedroom to see if anything was bothering him. Often, John would find his mama sleeping with him, and that made him happy. He didn't need to know it was because I was scared. No one, and I mean no one, messes with my little cubs. Not then, not now, not ever. It's all a damn shame, though. I sure do miss those flea markets. Have I ever gone missing with lost time? I have. I had been living in the infamous Blue House for 3 years. Prior to moving, our family had just experienced a new brush with death from CO2 poisoning in the home. The home was clocked at lethal levels. The fire investigator never could find the cause, meaning there was no official leak. To this day, it's still listed as a paranormal event with the city police and fire department. So we decided it was time to move out after that event. We'd moved everything over to a new home, and I was at the Blue House cleaning it for the new owner. There was a knock at the door. I went to look, but no one was there. As I was walking away from the door, I suddenly felt like the wind was knocked out of me. I rushed towards my bedroom where my purse was to get my rescue inhaler, but I never made it. That's the last thing I remember. When I woke up, I was falling from a standing position, slamming into the wall of the living room at the Blue House. I was colder than I'd ever been in my entire life. I was very disoriented with the furnishings all gone. I didn't know where I was. I went into the bathroom and looked into the mirror. I was so cold my teeth were chattering and my lips were blue. I ran a hot bath, climbed in as quickly as I could. My cell phone had been in my bra and had fallen to the ground when I'd gotten undressed. I retrieved it, called my boyfriend while still in the tub. He answered, and I started crying. "I'm confused. I just woke up and I'm so cold." He said, "Where the hell have you been? You've been missing for over 5 hours. Everyone's so worried." While I was missing for those 5 hours, my boyfriend had checked the Blue House several times, and I was not there. It's unknown to this day where I went or what I did in those 5 hours. I'm unsure if I ever really want to know. Before my family moved out to Provincetown, we lived in Boston. My dad, Cam, had just returned from the war. We visited Provincetown on vacation many times previously, but after service, Dad had a new perspective and appreciation for life. I know my mom and I were elated at the idea, and one weekend, me, my parents, and our basset hound named Bomber all hopped into our green Cadillac Coupe de Ville and drove out to Provincetown, looking for a property to purchase. Mom packed us a large picnic that we would enjoy when we got into town. There's a wildlife refuge in Painter's Pond off Highway 6. It has a beautiful park with a canopy of tree coverage to escape the sun that had been bearing down that summer day. It was a perfect place for a picnic. Dad brought his fishing pole and went down to the pond to cast a line, while my mom began to set up the picnic. I stayed back with my mom and sat in the grass under a tree, holding her lucky strike while she spread the blanket out and unpacked the basket on top of it. Bomber was lying next to me. I enjoyed the smell of my mom's cigarettes, and so I was holding it straight up and down, kinda close to my chest under my chin area. Every time a small gust of wind would blow by, I'd get a nice smell of that burning tobacco. As the blanket slowly filled with delicious food, the cigarette pinched between my pointer finger and thumb slowly became a tower of ash, and that smoldering tower would get blown over by an especially dramatic gust of wind falling into Bomber's back. He's asleep, but when the hot ash hits him, he leaps up with a yip-yip and bolts into the woods behind us. Mom says, "You better go catch him." So I stood up in a hurry, dropped the cigarette, and turned on my heels. I was a speedy girl back then, and Bomber's hound legs didn't get him going very fast, so I was catching up good. Then, when I was less than 10 feet from him, this white, translucent spinning ring opened in front of us. It opened about 6 feet tall. Some of the circle was in the ground, but not disturbing the ground, just passing through it. I stopped in my tracks. I'm screaming, "Bomber, Bomber, come back!" But he keeps running towards this thing. through the hoop on the other side looked identical to the forest ahead of me, but the trees were darker. It looked like a different time of day than it did outside the ring. I watched Bomber pass right through while running. I'm about to start chasing after him again, but this loud, zoom, crackling noise shakes the trees around me, and the ring squeezes into the size of a pinhole, and then fully disappears into nothing again. Except Bomber's gone. I no longer see or hear his paws running through the leaves and sticks. The high-pitched clinking of his collar and tags that could usually be heard from all around were suddenly absent. I start calling his name again, but the forest is quiet. I still can't begin to explain what I saw that day, and when I ran back to tell my mom what happened, I knew she wasn't going to be able to understand what I witnessed. She thought that he was just lost, most likely within a 50-yard proximity. She told my dad, and they both took up the search for a good hour before deciding to pick it up again after lunch. Dad tried to reassure me that he would probably be back before the picnic was over. Hound dogs have a great nose. He'll smell the picnic and come hightailing it back before we're done. But Bomber never did. Eventually, we had to leave. At the welcome station, my dad put up a handwritten missing poster describing Bomber and how to get a hold of us. We all love that dog, and the rest of the trip was a lot more somber than you'd hope for while house hunting. My mom and dad did manage to find us a beautiful house on Commercial Street that I'd grow up in. Over the years, I fell in love with that town. Out of high school, my friend Wendy and I got internships at the Chamber of Commerce. Then we ended up getting hired as a program coordinator and event planner. That's how I got the job into retirement and where I met my late husband, Nord. Our front desk woman wasn't there that day, and Nord came in wearing his ranger suit with a stack of papers he needed me to file. After a couple flips of my long brunette hair, he asked me out. Years later, Nord and I were living together, and I was 6 months pregnant with our first daughter. We were living in a house that the wildlife refuge provided to the park rangers so that they could be on site at all times. It was about dinner time, and I was just taking dinner out of the oven when suddenly the landline rings. That line is reserved specifically for the parks department. Nord rolls his eyes before he leans back in his chair to pick up the phone. When he answers, the look on his face stays unimpressed, and after the conversation, Nord is visibly irritated that he has to hold off on dinner. Whatever the conversation consisted of resulted in him needing to take immediate action, but the situation probably wasn't a dire one. And I got all that just from a look. Nord pulls up his boots and says that he'll be back. He's got to go check on something at the camping area. He says he'll be quick, so don't put everything away yet. I say all right, and he leaves. It's only been a few minutes when I hear his truck pulling back into the driveway. Nord comes in through the front door, smiling, excited to eat. We sat at the table and started dishing our plates up, and I tell him that was quick. Nord says, yeah, but the job's not done yet. He's still got to drive the guy to the shelter, but he fell asleep in the back seat, so he thought he had a minute to stop in before the food got cold. I had so many questions. This guy? What do you mean by this guy? Is there a homeless man sleeping in your truck right now? Nord laughs and says no. Campers reported a stray dog running around their campsite, begging for food. After everyone realized that nobody owned the dog, they found a way to coax it to the welcome station. I said, "Aw, that's a shame. What kind of dog?" By this point in my life, decades had passed since the loss of my dog. Multiple animals had come and gone since, but the pain all came rushing back when he told me that it was a hound dog. And I had to make that evening's dinner conversation a sad one when I told him about my childhood loss. Now, after dinner, before Nord gets ready to leave again, I ask him if I could see the dog. He says sure, and we grab some scraps to feed him before heading to the truck. When Nord opens the back door, the dog's awake and patiently sitting in the back seat. His tail wags when he smells the food, and we lay it down on the seat next to him. The interior of the truck is mostly dark, and Nord steps back a few feet to turn on his flashlight. When he does, I get chills on my arms when I see that this dog looks identical to the one I had growing up. Identical to the point it made me choke up with tears. Same size, even the same spot placement. Nord whistles a quiet whistle, and the dog's saggy face turns up, and I hear the gentlest tink-tink. The collar he's wearing has a single tag on it that reads, Bomber. I couldn't believe my eyes. I was almost more spooked than overwhelmed with feelings. I start saying, Holy shit, Nord. This dog's name is Bomber. What are the odds of that? We both agreed that it was weird, but we also immediately agreed that we're obviously keeping the dog. And that's how I adopted Bomber number 2. Do I think he was my Bomber? In reality, my Bomber would have been much older, if not dead by that time. I'd lost him when I was around 7, and Bomber number 2 showed up when I was in my late 20s, and he was a young dog. My kids were almost in high school by the time Bomber 2 passed. By that time, he was an old hound dog that could barely walk, but he was always the goodest boy. Was he a time-traveling goodest boy? I guess that's a secret he took to doggy heaven. Feel free to tell me I'm batshit crazy because I'm kinda tripping out right now. I have a key that unlocks the main doors to my office building. All managers have them. It's nothing special. I keep it on a cheap gold-beaded Mardi Gras necklace. It's big enough not to forget, but small enough to not be intrusive. I usually just throw them in my pocket in the morning and then onto my vanity when I get home. A few days ago, my boyfriend Mike and I got into a really heated argument. What it was about doesn't matter, but I ended up grabbing this necklace with my keys attached and throwing it at his head. He ducks and it hits the wall and falls behind the couch. We're unable to resolve our issues and we sleep in different beds that night, his bed being the couch. He leaves earlier than me in the morning, so when I get up and get ready for work, I have to move the couch to grab my key. I pull the couch out just enough to reach my shoulder in between the wall and the back of it. Now, when I pull up my necklace, I think at first I've grabbed the wrong thing because the beads are silver. I'm about to set it down and go fishing again, but then I see my work key on the necklace. My first thought, what kind of passive-aggressive shit is this? I don't have time to dive into his weird mind games that he'd had set up for me, so I go to work like usual. When I get there, I'm usually the first one unlocking the doors and turning on the lights. I slide the key in to find that it doesn't work. Now I'm fucking livid. I call his ass up and he's like, No, baby, what? I don't know what you're talking about. I call him a lying, cheating sociopath and break up with him. Then I sit in my car and cry until my other coworkers start showing up, allowing me access to the inside. I clean myself up and wait for the people to go inside before I go into the building. On my lunch break, I decide to go back to my apartment and look for the real keys. I open the door and I see Mike walking back into the bedroom. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing home? Did you lose your job? Where's your car? But he just ignores me, keeps walking away. The little voice in my head is like, we've crossed the line to just being disrespectful and immature now, haven't we? Let's do something more immature. So again, I throw the key necklace at his fucking head. My accuracy isn't any good, or he's just plain lucky, but it misses and goes over his shoulder, landing in the bedroom. He doesn't even flinch, just keeps walking into the bedroom and turns out of view. I'm like, oh hell no, and I charge in right after his ass. This guy just did a disappearing act. There's nobody in the room. Did I just follow a ghost? I'm actually spooked. I look around for the necklace that I threw, but it's nowhere on the floor either. Like, fuck all of this, and I go back to work early. End of the day comes around, and I dread having to go back to my place. Mike's not answering his phone, and I don't see his car in the parking lot when I get there. Walking in, the apartment is just how I left it. The bedroom lights are still on, and I go back there to look for my keys again. This time I got on my hands and knees to search. I reach under the bed and my fingers touch the beads of the necklace. But when I pull it out, it's the fucking gold one. Key still attached. From what I can tell, it's my real work key. Instead of relaxing, I drive back to work, and sure enough, it's the real deal. So I think to myself, is Mike fucking with me? How did he do this? Guy can't plan a date, but sets up this bullshit? It's been 3 days. Obviously, we're back together, and after grilling him for several hours and confirming with his boss, he for sure was not at the apartment when I threw this second set of keys, which I still haven't found, by the way, the ones with the silver chain. I just keep going back and forth, but it's like seeing it all written out. This is exactly how everything happened, so let's pretend he's a vindictive prick, and this was his stupid, devious plan. How could he even pull it off? And if he didn't, which I'm like 99% sure he didn't, what the hell happened? Is there like a black hole or some shit that I can't understand happening in this apartment? I mean, help. It's like I'm losing my mind. Boring but necessary background first up. This may be a bit confusing, but I'll lay it out as clearly as I can. For some reason, I'm having a lot of life glitches lately, but this is blowing my mind. So, in my job, I have to regularly liaise with different departments outside my job. One of those departments recently had a few staff leave, and 2 new guys eventually came on board. Both guys are in their 40s, white, slender, wear glasses, have salt and pepper hair, and look very similar except for the fact that they actually have quite different faces. I can easily tell them apart because of that, and because of the fact that one must wear a uniform and the other doesn't. Both guys have moderately unusual names. For privacy, I'll call one Stephen Bobcat and the other Gerald West. On Gerald's first day, he walks up, shakes my hand, and introduces himself as Gerald Bobcat. At that stage, I assume that it's his name. I also haven't met Stephen Bobcat yet, so no questions from me. Gerald tells me that he's just moved to town from, let's call it Green Bay. He tells me about the move here, his new role, and what he's doing. We sit and chat for about 20 minutes during a quiet time. I found him quite pleasant. We chatted away and even walked together for a while. Some time goes by, and I see him introduce himself as Gerald West. Odd, I think. I was sure that he said his surname was Bobcat. In fact, I was certain because the name, it's a local family name in the area and quite unusual. So the thought went into my mind that he must have been a local, hence why I asked him if he was a local. But he told me that he wasn't a local. He'd moved here from Green Bay. I even wondered if maybe he changed his name. About 2 weeks pass and I walk into the office where Gerald is. And he looks at me and says, "Oh, are you the worker from XYZ?" As if he had no idea who I was. We'd been chatting and talking together prior, and it was exactly as if he'd never seen me before. I assumed it was because I had makeup on or something, that his memory was awful. It was so strange that he acted like we'd never met. I even mentioned it to a friend. So around that same time, the other new worker, Stephen, comes on board. He never introduces himself to me, but I hear him tell someone that his name is Stephen Bobcat. I know what you're thinking. I've just mixed up the 2 guys. But here's why this isn't making sense. The backstory I was given by Gerald, who at first told me his surname was Bobcat, it is Gerald's backstory. Stephen is not from Green Bay, and never has been. If Gerald was just having a total brain slip and just gave me the wrong guy's surname, the unusual surname that happened to belong to the other guy, then why did he genuinely fail to recognize me later? And if I had actually just met Stephen Bobcat on that day and we talked and chatted, then how did I know the name Gerald? It was definitely Gerald I chatted and walked with. The two are very serious, and there's no way it's a case of joking around. Their jobs are quite serious, and they'd be in trouble for mucking around. If you have genuine theories on what the heck is going on, they're appreciated. I live alone in a small one-bedroom apartment. Earlier this week, I was called into work to help fix some coding problems, and I ended up getting home around 1 a.m. Opening my door, I walked in to see a bowl of popcorn sitting on my couch. My next steps are for the umbrella leaned against the wall to my left. It was the closest object I could find to arm myself with as I proceeded to look under furniture, my bedroom, tear down the coats in the closet to see if anyone was hiding behind them, even tore down the shower curtain, all while holding this small umbrella with a death grip. Again, I live alone and was gone all evening. Seeing a bowl of freshly popped popcorn left me more than a little shaken. The apartment didn't smell of any unfamiliar odors. It didn't even smell like popcorn had been popped. Walking back to the couch, I slowly picked up the bowl and inspected it. It was my bowl, and the discarded wrapper led me to believe that it was my Orville popcorn, which I'd just recently purchased. The popcorn was still warm, but had absolutely no scent. I was at a complete loss for words. My Ring doorbell had never sent me a notification during the day, nor was there anything out of the ordinary on the recordings I viewed. I dumped the popcorn into my garbage can, and then I sat back on the couch, trying to figure out how this could have happened. My next sinking thought was that maybe I had done it and forgotten about it. Like really forgotten about it. Even though it was warm and I hadn't been home all day. Maybe there was a carbon monoxide leak in my apartment. No, that was my next inspection. Everything was fine. Sitting back on the couch, defeated and angry at my confusion. It's almost 3 a.m, and I'm going to play some Xbox and go to sleep. Reaching for the controller, I notice it's not in its usual port. I swore I left it charging before I went into work. I scour the place, but don't spend too much time because I'm exhausted. So I chalk it up to another action performed mindlessly by me. The TV remote is next to me, so I switch it on, but instantly turn it back off. Because right next to me I hear, "Yo, what?" Too close to be mistaken for my neighbor talking through the walls. Not to mention, it was nearly 3 o'clock in the morning. Odds were I was the only one awake in my unit. I jumped right off the couch, ran to my bedroom, and slammed the door. I hear what I think is my front door opening and slamming shut. Honestly, I didn't even go out to investigate. I just locked my bedroom door from the inside and tried to fall asleep. This was too much, and if all of these oddities somehow did turn out to be a burglar, congratulations, you can have my shit. I was all done for the night. It was time to shut down, reducing the risks of the growing sense of dread evolving into unhinged hysterics. The next morning, I woke up and I almost forgot about the terrors of the night before, until I found my Xbox controller on the counter in the bathroom. The position and placement of the controller, it seemed familiar, yet I don't know why. I have no recent memory of ever putting it there. This made the hairs on the back of my neck instantly rise again, and still in my pajamas, I decided to just leave for a while. I sit in a 7-Eleven parking lot for what seems like hours, long enough for the sun to fully rise from dawn. Seeing no other options, I drove back home. This time, entering through my door, nothing immediately had me on high alert. It was just the energy was different. after a couple of days, I was able to relax again. No harm, no foul. Just a weird anomaly I shouldn't waste any more time thinking about. The following week, I'm playing Sea of Thieves online with a buddy. My munchie urge begins to outweigh the strangeness I had previously felt about the popcorn incident. So, I hop up and I pop myself a bag. It still makes my stomach turn a little to see that there's a bag missing, reminding me just how real the strangeness indeed was. But I put it out of my mind, distracted by my game and hunger. I pop the bowl of popcorn and take it to the couch. Unlike the previous bowl of popcorn, this one fills my apartment with the thick, mouth-watering smell of buttered goodness. Back on the couch, I hop back on the game. My buddy's still not back from his snack retrieval, so I take this window of time to run to the bathroom before fully immersing myself into the world of plundering pirates with my crew. I toss the controller on the bathroom counter and take care of business. When I swing the bathroom door back open, the apartment is completely dark. Xbox is off, TV is off, and I'm terrified, practically reduced to a cower on the bathroom floor. This time, my weapon of choice was the retractable metal shower curtain rod. Held in front of me like a cheap lightsaber, I shuffled into the living room and flipped the lights back on. My front door was still locked and deadbolted. Nothing else seemed to be disturbed. That is until I made my way back over to the couch, and I noticed my bowl of popcorn was completely gone. Words of confusion audibly escaped my mouth. Yo, what? And in that moment, a gut-wrenching feeling deep down of a pungent familiarity that once tainted my mind takes over, and I realize that without even looking for the popcorn, I already knew where it was. I walked into the kitchen, and sure enough, just behind the aluminum trash lid, nearly at the bottom of the black bag, laid my popcorn, discarded amongst the collected rubbish of the day. The pit grows in my stomach, as if I'm approaching the peak of madness like a roller coaster's edge. Then, my bedroom door slams so hard it shakes the walls, and my roller coaster of emotion descends into freefall. I grab my keys and escape the squeezing feeling of terror that's compressed my lungs. I slept in my office that night. One of my coworkers found me sleeping on the couch, and they praised me for how hard I'd been working on this project. I didn't bother correcting their assumptions. I also didn't bother confiding in anyone about what happened because, well, I don't even know how I should be approaching this. It's either like the most twisted case of déjà vu ever, or something. The other option is that it's something actually based in reality. Did a small burglar enter my house unnoticed and then decide not to take anything, but dump my popcorn for some reason? Is this paranormal? Who keeps wasting my popcorn, and why? The security company I worked for had a contract with a construction company as they renovated the cafeteria of a high school. We set up a little shack on the property, then connected a bunch of cameras in strategic positions all around the building that would feed back to the shack. Then, every hour, I'd walk the premises with my flashlight. It was a pretty good gig. The high school was out in the suburbs and in a nice neighborhood. I think it was a private school. There was a lot of money sunk into the architecture of this building, and there was a family of deer that would eat bread if I threw it to them. I bought 1,000,000 loaves at the gas station and probably overfed those deer while I was there, but you gotta entertain yourself somehow. Because it was such a nice neighborhood, my boss only assigned one guard per shift, and usually this was great. I'd use the time to read or play my Game Boy. But the last week I was there, an incident happened that really freaked me out. I'd been out walking, making my rounds. It's a hot summer night, and I'm waiting for my dear friends to arrive. I stood there with my loaf of bread in hand, tossing slices like a frisbee into the field, when one of the alarms starts ringing. I didn't have to check the security cameras to see where the disturbance had come from, because when I turned to start going towards the shack, I saw that one of the library windows had been opened all the way. The windows on this library are big, and they move like a garage door. I shine my flashlight towards the window and catch someone halfway hiding behind the curtains. Their legs up to their shins were completely visible. They were wearing black pants and were barefoot. When the light hits the long white curtains that partially concealed him, he took off running into the dark library. My adrenaline spikes and my hands start shaking. This is my first real pursuit. I trained in kickboxing and could run marathons back in those days. I wasn't afraid that I couldn't catch him. I was afraid that he'd have a weapon on him when I did. All I could do was chase after him, screaming at him to stop and that I'm permitted to use the gun that I've been issued to deal with trespassers. I was bluffing on the gun part, where permitted pepper spray, handcuffs, and a baton. I'm forced to abandon the loaf of bread and grab the extendable metal beating stick from my belt while holding my flashlight with the other. Then I run through the curtains into the library. Exit signs are the only source of light besides what I have. There's too many places to hide in a library. I listened for running feet, but the library was silent. He couldn't have run so far out of ear's range that fast. The walls and floors just beyond the library are made of large granite stone and bricks. I should have been able to hear what direction he was running with how he bolted. Thinking that he's most likely hiding behind one of the many bookshelves, I cautiously work my way up to the front of the library and flick on the lights. But the electricity is turned off due to construction. I pan my flashlight across the library, left and right, and I see him again. This time he's standing behind a shelf that reaches chest level. He ducks down and knocks a few books onto the ground. He's too fast for me to get a description of what he looked like besides an eerie, pale white face, with what I thought was a black sleep mask covering his eyes. When I get to the row of shelves, he's no longer behind them. He's crawled a few rows down. My flashlight spots his legs crawling behind them, and I rush after. But somehow, in the brief moment, my light isn't on him. When I go around the books, he's gone. My arm hair stands on end, and it's hard to control my breathing. It feels like I'm going to hyperventilate. Then the gears holding the window in place start to click faster and faster, and the whole thing comes crashing down with a boom that shakes the floor. The glass shatters into pieces on the floor. Instantly after the crash, I heard bare feet running through the commons behind me. As the footsteps echoed away, I ran the opposite direction, back through the window and straight to the shack. None of our cameras were inside the school, so I switched back and forth between the perimeter cams, looking for the guy, but nothing turned up. I spent the next hour dreading having to go out again. The alarm is still ringing in the distance, and I start to think it's not hooked up to anything because nobody's shown up to inspect it. None of my bosses are answering their phones. The best thing I can think to do is go take pictures of the broken window. When I return to the library, the bent metal window frame is once again in a locked position, wide open. Seeing this breaks my last nerve of courage, and I run back to the shack and lock myself in until I'm relieved of my position. When my coworker arrives around 2:50, I see his car headlights pull into the property. I have the door open and ready for him to come in. The company belt's sitting on the desk, waiting to be strapped on by the next protector of this construction site. When I walk outside, the alarm is no longer ringing, and I leave without telling him about the library. All day I'm expecting to get a call where I have to explain what happened to their big expensive window. But the day goes by and nobody calls. Another goes by and no phone calls. I'm supposed to return for another shift the next night. I'm obviously anxious getting there, terrified by any sound I'd hear outside the shack. I skipped my first couple of scheduled walks, but willed myself to get out there at least once. My legs were hurting from sitting and I needed to stretch anyway. I gather my things and remember to take the camera. Maybe it hasn't been seen yet. I didn't know how thorough the other security guards are on their walks, though I couldn't believe anyone would have missed it. I walked through the grass instead of the concrete walkway in hopes to mute my footsteps from I don't know who. I'm disappointed when I don't see the deer in the field, but I notice the loaf of bread I dropped is gone. Around the corner, I lift the camera up to my eye. The garage-style windows closed this time. Then I put the camera down again. The window in front of me was now fixed. My astonishment led me to walk up to the glass and knock on it. It wasn't my imagination. What I was looking at was real. A window of its size and specifics. It couldn't have been ordered and replaced in 2 days. What could this mean? I really don't know. My grandmother had dementia. Could it be possible I had an episode at 40? I wasn't contacted about it either, and a discovery like that would have definitely warranted some sort of check-in. I got on the computer and pulled up the alarms program. It keeps an automatic record of its activations. But it didn't have any inputs from that night. I got real close to the glass, peered in with my flashlight. The library was exactly how I remembered it being. The scene played out in my head like a movie. I could almost watch it playing out in front of me. All the way up until my flashlight moves over to where the man had ducked behind the shelves, and I saw that the books were lying on the floor from where they'd fallen previously. A foreboding energy filled my body, and I stepped away from the window. The rest of the night and that week, I didn't go to that side of the school. I'd make a C shape around that property, pretending that that corner didn't exist until we were done. The summer after 5th grade, my family moved into a big house in a rural area. We didn't have any neighbors, and the woods were thick around our property. My brother Nicky is 2 years older, and listening to creepypastas was one of our favorite things to do. Much of our time was spent looking for Slender Man or trying to contact spirits, but our favorites were the black-eyed children. One day, we found a story where somebody mentioned a sound that attracts the black-eyed children. The guy had set up his laptop next to a window where the audio could loop all night, and it actually worked. We recorded our own copy of the audio, albeit much lower quality, and set up a speaker in our room window. After 3 nights of nothing happening, we started getting bored. As kids, it's easy to believe anything for a little while, but eventually reality rears its ugly head and you start to see behind the magic curtain. Still, we decided to leave it up one more time and just go out with a bang. We kept watch all night. It made things interesting again. The skies were clear with a bright full moon, and we could see our entire backyard all the way to the tree line. Nicky made me take first shift, and we handed off the binoculars every hour. Not gonna lie, we lost interest pretty fast. It sounded fun in theory, but 2 young boys can only stare out a window for so long. I fell asleep during the midnight watch and woke up to my brother slamming the computer shut and closing the blinds. He was absolutely terrified. When he turned towards me, I could see the tears streaming down his cheeks. It was so genuine that the thought of him pulling a prank never even occurred to me. Before I could speak, he placed a finger over his lips with one hand and pointed to the window with the other. He clearly wanted me to look outside, but his entire body was visibly shaking, and I wasn't sure I wanted to share that feeling. Ultimately, he didn't give me much of a choice. Slowly pulling back a corner of the curtain, my eyes searched for anything unusual. Nicky wouldn't tell me what he saw, but I had a pretty good idea of what I was looking for. When I didn't immediately see anything, I began to think that he actually had imagined it, or that whatever he saw was gone. Then he said to look straight ahead, into the woods. It took a moment for my eyes to separate the tangled shadows just behind the tree line. But once I did, the outline of a person was clearly visible. It was someone short, too, like a child around our age. I sank to the floor, speechless and terrified. We sat like that for what seemed like a long time before Nicky finally spoke. He's always taken the protective big brother role very seriously, and seeing how frightened I was helped him control his own fear. He reminded me that the children had to be invited inside, that as long as we didn't open the door, we were safe. But I was worried about our parents. His face fell. We both knew that neither of them would think twice about letting a kid inside, especially if it seemed like they were in distress. We stayed up the rest of the night to keep an eye on the shadow figure. Each time we looked out, they were standing in the exact same place until sometime after 3, and then they were just gone. We slept for a few hours after sunrise, but we were too frightened to play outside that day. Mom thought it was strange, but she didn't push the issue. We weren't really sure if we should tell our parents. There was no question that they wouldn't believe us. And more likely than not, the only solution would probably be to ban us from creepypastas. There was no point in taking away our scary stories after learning not to play with otherworldly forces. So we suffered in terrified silence. That night, neither of us could sleep because we kept wondering if the kid was back. Around midnight, Nicky got out of bed, peeled the curtains back just enough to get a glimpse outside, and the resulting whimper was all I needed to hear. Only it was even worse than I thought. There were now 2 children, and they were about 5 or 10 feet in front of the tree line. They were moving closer, just like in the story we heard. One was a dark-haired boy that looked to be our age. The other was a smaller girl with long hair who appeared to be 6 or 7. Once again, we stayed up to keep watch, and each time we looked outside, the children were in the exact same spot, seemingly staring straight into our window. Until they weren't. They disappeared at roughly the same time as before. This 3rd night was the worst, but thankfully also the last. The same 2 kids were in our yard, and they brought another friend who seemed closer to 14 or 15. They were also now closer to the back door than the tree line. We were so frightened already, but the way they stared at our window, like they knew we were watching, that's what really got us. We checked outside much more frequently, and though we were genuinely petrified, there was a certain level of security in the fact that they hadn't moved during the previous occasions. We were more afraid of how many there would be and how close they would get the next night, which was a grave error on our part. It was between 2 or 3 a.m. when Nicky peeked outside, screamed, and fell over backwards, taking the whole curtain with him. I'm not sure how it didn't wake our parents, especially when I screamed even louder after him. But when I looked out the now completely uncovered window, all 3 of the children were standing right on the other side, staring at us. There were no more questions about their eyes. We could see all 3 sets of their pitch-black orbs up close and personal. The oldest was the only one to speak. He asked to come in and to use the phone, but we of course said no. We were both crying so hard, I'm sure it only sounded like garbled sobs, but we were in full survival mode. The boy's question snapped us out of our shock, enough that we were able to get the curtain back up. He said something else at one point, but we were so upset that neither of us could make out the words. Once the window was covered, we huddled together on the bottom bunk bed and waited for morning. One of them tapped on the glass for what felt like a long time, but when daylight came, Nicky looked outside and they were gone. We never saw them again, and we stopped listening to creepypastas. If the children are real, we don't want to know what else might be. This is actually the first time I've spoken about it since, and I'm 18 now. Well, thanks for listening, and be careful if you play around with this kind of stuff. Tonight I had Cinnamon Toast Crunch for dinner. I set the bowl, milk, and cereal onto my table, and then returned to the kitchen for the spoon I'd forgotten. None were in the drawer. The next place I looked was the dishwasher and noticed it hadn't been started yet. So I grabbed a spoon from the silverware rack in the dishwasher and washed it by hand with a sponge. When I was satisfied it had been thoroughly cleaned, I returned to the table. But when I'd gotten there and sat down, there was now a knife in my hand instead of a spoon, even though the spoon had never left my grasp from the sink to the table. Somehow, when I sat down, it was a butter knife that I was holding. It's one that I haven't seen before either. Me and my roommate only have a couple sets of dishes, and none of our utensils have wooden handles. I'm kind of freaking out because I'm literally losing my mind with how absolutely sure I was that I had a spoon, only to have what falls from my palm be a butter knife we don't own. Could someone please explain this? I don't know where else to ask for advice about what just happened. If anyone's got any answers, I'll be up late tonight, eagerly waiting. On a beautiful August afternoon in 2006, I decided to take a drive or cruise around town. I left the house, turned north onto the main street through downtown. I had to stop at one of several lights on that street. I was living in a small town in southeast New Mexico at that moment. It was around 12:47 in the afternoon. I sat and I waited for the stoplight to change to green. I caught sight of a plane out of the right side of my peripheral. I was seeing it through the front windshield of the truck and saw that it was a white plane. It looked like a huge commercial jet. I knew that there was no place in the small town to land a plane of that size and figured it was probably descending towards Roswell, which is about 70 miles north, and Roswell does have longer runways to accommodate larger planes. As the plane flew north, it appeared to be descending more, and I did get to see the underside of the plane, and it looked like it was black, like a space shuttle. I mean, that's what it reminded me of. I don't know how long I saw it for, but a stoplight would usually run 45 seconds to a minute to change over. As it almost disappeared into the horizon, it did something I did not expect it to. As if seeing a large plane descending over the east side of that town was not weird enough, I saw the plane explode into a huge fireball with black smoke that quickly turned gray. I quickly turned right and headed back home. I turned on the television to see if anything was said about it. I also got right on the internet. The rest of that Saturday afternoon and night I spent with my eyes and ears glued to the news. I didn't hear a thing about it. Next day, I purchased every newspaper and continued watching the news. Nothing. I told my family, I told my coworkers on Monday, and as hard as it was to believe, no one really believed me. I spent months afterwards looking at the news, newspapers, doing web searches for anything related on that sighting, and nothing. It drove me mad because I know that I could not have been the only person to have seen it. It was a beautiful, mostly sunny sky that day. First weekend after the first week of school starting. Many people were out that day. I felt like a fool for telling so many people what I saw that afternoon, but I thought I was losing my sanity. I questioned it, but I know what I saw, and I don't know what to make of it. I talked to two friends about weird things that have happened to us, and after a while, they hesitantly relayed this story with the expectation I would call them crazy. They work in the social field, have no mental illness, are near their 30s, and are generally not into these kind of events, nor spiritual or esoteric type stuff. They never called themselves time travelers, but what do you call it? It happened in a small town in the middle of Germany last summer. They were eating Holzekritze in the town center in the middle of the day. Suddenly, they had clothes on that would date them back to the mid-late 19th century. They were still in the same spot, but everything looked 19th century, with people riding horse-drawn carriage, women with big hats with decorations and petticoat-type dresses in washed-out pink tones. The street and marketplace were cobblestone. This event only lasted a few seconds, according to them, and nothing like this ever happened before or again. They described no weird feeling, just a flash. They were there and back. It wasn't a big, flashy story, but that's the reason I was intrigued by it. I hope you have some ideas of what happened or explanations that can clarify what happened. Are there any other similar experiences? Hi, my name is Nancy, and I think we have something evil in our home. In total, there's 6 of us living here. Myself, my husband, his ailing mother, and our 3 children, ages 15, 10, and 7. The first incident happened almost a month ago when I came home from work. Now that we're caring for my mother-in-law, Linda, I leave my office at noon and work from home for the rest of the day, but a nurse stays with her from 8 to 12 while I'm away. As usual, I came in through the kitchen and headed upstairs to change clothes. Linda's nurse was coming down as I was going up, and she said, "I'm sorry, Nancy, what was it you needed?" I was completely lost. I hadn't spoken a word since arriving home. The confusion must have shown on my face because she proceeded to clarify, "When you called for me just now." But I still didn't know what she was referring to, and that made her confused. So she further clarified. I couldn't step away until I finished Linda's IV, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Judy is such a nice woman, and we've always gotten along very well, but in that moment, I realized she was a little wary, as if she expected me to bite her head off. I asked if everything was okay, and she said, "Yes, ma'am. You just seemed a little upset when you called. I was worried that something bad had happened." After explaining I never called for her, she became very confused and asked me to follow her back to Linda's room, where my mother-in-law was much less polite about it. She said I should be ashamed of myself for taking that tone with Judy. I had to pull up the security footage to prove I had done no such thing. When I showed them the recording, they both paled and fell silent. I tried to pull up the footage of whatever they heard, but the cameras only pick up Judy and Linda's voices. They swore that I called for Judy 3 times in progressively harsher tones, and their reactions on the video clearly show that they were disrupted by something. I told my husband, Kevin, we're both believers, but we didn't tell the kids yet. We've never experienced a ghost that could imitate voices, which made us worry that it might be a demon or something malicious, and we didn't want to frighten them. In hindsight, that was a mistake, but this wasn't a topic they covered in our parenting books. That weekend was one of the rare occasions that all 3 kids were staying with friends. Saturday evening, I was cooking dinner while Kevin watched TV. Once finished, I fixed 3 plates and called for Kevin to take one to his mother while I poured the wine. But when he came into the kitchen, he was white as a ghost. He asked how I got back into the kitchen, and I explained that I never left. Then he turned even whiter and said that he had just watched me come downstairs and go into the bathroom. He had asked if dinner was ready, but I ignored him without so much as a glance in his direction. We immediately knew that it was that thing again, only now we were even more frightened. A voice was one thing, but this was a full apparition. Kevin ran to the bathroom. The door was still shut and the light was on inside, but when he pulled the door open, it was empty. Skip to the following Wednesday, and that night, we woke to our youngest crying for her father. This was strange unto itself because she hasn't done that for a couple of years now, and even when she did, it was always me that she called for. When Kevin came back from checking on her, he was clearly shaken. He walked in just as she was almost to the door. and upon asking where she was going, she said, "I have to go with Mommy, but I don't want to. She's being mean." Then our daughter further explained that she had woken up to me standing in her doorway, but my smile was too wide, and it scared her. She asked what I was doing, and I told her to come with me. But when she didn't want to get out of bed, my scary smile became a terrifying scowl. That's when she called for Kevin. What would have happened if she'd gone with this thing? What is it? We told all of the kids everything that had happened the next morning. My oldest thinks that we've lost our minds, but that's fine with us. I trust him to recognize a dangerous situation if he experiences it. The other two, not so much. We made sure that they knew not to go near me if I seemed off in any way. It breaks my heart to see them so frightened, but what else could we do? This next incident happened yesterday, and it's what prompted me to make this post. Linda and I were home alone, just after her nurse had left, and I was making our lunch. On my way upstairs, she began frantically screaming my name, and I ran the rest of the way. When I made it to her room, she was pointing at the bathroom door with a shaking hand. Her medication makes her very sleepy, and she had started to doze off, but then she felt someone sit on the bed and thought I had returned with lunch. She opened her eyes to see me at the foot of her bed, but this time, my eyes were wrong. They were too big, and the irises were too small. She told the apparition to get out, but it only smiled at her, and Linda saw its teeth were also wrong, long and pointed. That's when she heard me on the stairs and began shouting my name. The apparition then stood up, still smiling, and calmly entered the connected bathroom. My heart was hammering as I approached the door, but no one was inside. I really don't know what to do. We don't feel safe in our own home. If this was a normal haunting, we would already be looking for a new house, but I feel like that wouldn't help in this case. We tried burning sage the next time the kids were out, but it didn't make a bit of a difference. We're officially willing to try anything. Please help. We all have been told at one point or another not to mess with a Ouija board. It welcomes in spirits, it can bring on disaster, have respect, blah, blah, blah. So of course, when my brother and I were maybe 12 years old, we had to play with the one we found out our auntie had stashed away when we were visiting. We got about what you would expect from something we didn't take too seriously. Little girl wants to play, that whole thing. I think what creeped us out was when we said we were going to close the door now, that we had to go, and all we got was no. My brother and I just looked at each other. I told him to stop screwing with me, and he said the same thing back to me. So we said again, we really have to go. No. The board replied. Well, we promised to come back tomorrow to play, if you let us go, we pleaded. Goodbye, it replied. Of course, we didn't come back. We packed that thing up and never looked at it again. Now, fast forward several years, my brother and I move out of our mom's place and we get our own apartment. Life is good. And my sister wasted no time moving into our old room in the basement, under the stairs. One day she called me up and asked, Hey, you know a lot about that paranormal shit, don't you? Of course I did, or at least I knew more than she did. Well, she continued, there's this girl. She likes to run down the stairs. Bump, 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 bump. And then she slowly walks up the stairs. Thump, thump, thump. All night. On top of that, sometimes I'll hear someone just outside my door whispering, Hey, until I go check to see who it is. Can you come check it out? Of course, because I didn't learn my lesson from the first time I played with spirit stuff, I said yes. So I go back to my mom's place one day. set up in the basement with a candle and my cell phone like I'm a big shot paranormal investigator, and start asking questions. Are you here? What's your name? Are you angry at us? Nothing. So we try to escalate. Come on, coward, do something. Scratch us, yell at us. Hit something. Suddenly, from the living room downstairs, a knock. We looked at each other. Must be the cat, but let's go check. We go out and ask, can you do it again? And it obliged. Knock. This one surprised us. It sounded like it came from the wood-framed couch that we were standing beside. So we said, okay, one more time. If you're truly here, knock one more time. Now, I don't know if you had one of those metal banister railings going downstairs growing up, but if you had them, then you know the sound it makes when you hit it just right. That reverberating bong. Well, sure enough, after we called on it one last time, bong. Needless to say, we turned all the lights on, cleaned up, and went to bed for the night. It's been over a decade since then, and over the years it's escalated for her. No matter where she goes, bottles fly off the counters, bumps in the night, shadows in the corner, torn up bed sheets, and nightmares of that same little girl, only now she's angry. It seems to follow her wherever she goes, and when I'm with her, it's pretty common to hear a bump in another room, or something firmly in the middle of the coffee table to suddenly be on the floor. She just kind of lives with it, but I can't help but wonder, did my brother and I accidentally call on something all those years ago? And did it decide to torment our sister when we broke our promise to come back? Can objects be haunted? Yeah, I think so. For me, it was a small table I bought at a thrift store. I didn't really need it, but I'd never seen anything that looked like it before. I decided to continue shopping, and if I came back and it was still there, then I figured it was a sign for me to buy it. It was still there. I took it home, happily set it on the floor, and all was well, for a while. The table folded down, and I had to open the top to secure it with a latch. The latch worked, but it only took a little pressure on the table for the top to close again. I took it upon myself to repair the latch. I was able to do so, but ended up cutting my finger. While I was bleeding, I kept thinking that this should have been an easy fix. And then I shrugged it off and started putting things on the table. I had placed the table so that when I came downstairs, it was one of the first things that I'd see. I noticed that each time I looked at it, I began feeling uneasy. Something was not right. This happened every time I came downstairs, and I found myself avoiding the table as much as possible when I had to walk past it. One day, I sat down in a nearby chair and just stared at the table. As beautiful as it was, I sensed that it had a nasty history. This is the risk you take when you buy things secondhand. Yes, the item may have more character than something brand new, but you don't know where it's been, what kind of energy it has attached to it. My intuition told me that the table had been in a home where great violence had occurred. Possibly it had had blood shed onto it. Specifically, I perceived a husband brutally killing his wife in a crime of passion. The table itself, of course, was an innocent piece of wood, but it had endured horrific pain and rage from its former owners. I wondered what amount of white sage or Palo Santo it was going to take to purify this table or satisfy its lust for blood, as it had already drawn some of mine. It wasn't worth it, I decided, and I ended up getting rid of it. And what do you know? All was right again. I think I purchased a cursed amulet from a homeless lady. We have a large outlet mall where I live, but the main store in the center, it used to be an Old Navy, has been empty for the last 3 years. Sometimes they use it as a weekend flea market, and anyone can sign up for a booth. My wife, Pat, and I have found some great antiques there, so we make it a point to go whenever it's open. This year they did something a little different and opened it for the entire week after Thanksgiving. It was the biggest we've seen yet. The whole building was packed tight with vendors, leaving only a few thin aisles to navigate the stores. As usual, Pat and I split up at the entrance with a plan to meet back at the car. At the end of the first aisle, tucked off into the corner, stood an elderly woman with a wooden tray hanging from her neck. It was like what you'd see the peanut vendors wearing at a baseball game, only this one held a bunch of old jewelry and small trinkets. She had long, stringy white hair, and many of her front teeth were missing. Her black dress was dirty and frayed at the edges, and she had no stockings to keep her legs warm. It was 35 degrees outside and not much warmer inside, but her sandals left most of her bare feet exposed. Her merchandise wasn't particularly appealing, but I wanted to give her some money without insulting her. When I asked about a yellow pendant on a gold chain, she said the amulet was blessed by a priestess and granted the wearer good fortune. I didn't believe her, but I wasn't buying it for the value, so I gave her a 20 and put the necklace in my pocket and wished her a Merry Christmas. The owner of the neighboring record booth had returned, and I spent a few minutes browsing through their collection. Afterwards, I turned back to the old woman for a final farewell, but she was gone. She had only stood a couple of feet away. I didn't think I was so engrossed with the albums that I would have missed her leaving, but apparently I had. Later at home, I showed my wife the necklace and asked her if she had seen the woman. She hadn't, but she liked the amulet, and I helped her put it on. That night, she woke up a little bit before 4. She was crying, on the verge of hyperventilating, sweating, shaking profusely. I turned on the lights and screamed. Behind her, in the corner, I saw a brief glimpse of a shadow figure before it disappeared. Pat didn't see it. She was staring at me in wide-eyed confusion. Now, even more terrified due to my outburst. I wasn't about to tell her the truth while she was already upset. Pretending to be startled by her disheveled appearance may not have been the best cover, but it worked. She instantly began recounting her nightmare, in which she'd woke up to find a tall shadow figure standing over her. It began slowly reaching towards her. She finally forced herself upright and managed to wake up. If I hadn't seen the figure for myself moments before, I would have dismissed it as sleep paralysis. But now, I don't know what to make of it. For the time being, we went back to sleep. And the following morning, I told her what I saw. She was glad that I waited to share the information, but we didn't understand why this was suddenly happening. Pat's childhood home was haunted by a friendly spirit, so she's had encounters before. But this was the first time I had ever personally experienced anything. We also agreed that nothing about this presence felt friendly. It had felt cold and angry. We've lived in our house for almost 3 years without any strange incidents. So we took a closer look at our flea market purchases. Pat had also picked up an antique hand mirror, and I found a gentleman's pocket watch manufactured in 1895, along with a few other suspicious items, but deep down, we felt the blame laid solely with the amulet. We Googled a few cleansing rituals that we tried on everything, just to be safe, and nothing happened for several days. We thought it had worked, but then I got up to use the restroom in the middle of the night, and I saw the shadow figure standing behind me in the mirror. That same night, Pat had another sleep paralysis incident, during which the shadow figure placed its hand on her chest, and she felt an uncomfortable pressure for what seemed like several minutes. Then her alarm went off, and it was suddenly morning. Since it was the final day of the flea market, we decided to go back in search of the old lady who sold me the amulet. But we couldn't find any sign of her. We spoke to the other vendors, customers, and even the event coordinator, who was extremely difficult to track down, but no one had a clue who we were talking about. When we returned home, we both saw the shadow figure on the far wall before the light came on. Pat didn't want to go to sleep with the amulet in the house again, but taking the trash to the curb wasn't far enough. We tried to drive to a grocery store about 5 minutes away, but got a flat tire halfway there. It was on the back passenger side, and I couldn't find a reason for the blowout, but I didn't spend too long questioning it. More than anything, I just wanted to get the donut on and be done with that damn amulet. I pulled over as far as the road allowed, but we were on the shoulder of a busy highway. Even though I was careful to keep my body tucked away from traffic, that almost wasn't enough. Had Pat not been watching and screamed when she did, a little blue Toyota would have plowed straight into me. I dove out of the way, and the car swerved just in time to avoid a full collision. The asshole took out our driver's side mirror and kept going. I wanted to file a police report, but Pat was so upset I couldn't bear asking her to stay out there even longer. Likewise, I couldn't stand the thought of driving another mile with that amulet, so I threw it into the woods on the side of the road. Then, I finished the tire as quickly as I could, while stopping each time traffic became too heavy, and we drove home without any further issues. So far, everything's been normal ever since. We haven't seen any more shadow figures, and Pat hasn't had any more sleep paralysis incidents. Hopefully, it stays that way. I'm 23 and in college. I live in a small college town in a 2-bedroom apartment by myself. This was about 2 weeks ago. I was taking the trash out to my dumpster at the complex, which wasn't too far. I didn't lock the door, and I know for sure I didn't because I have a camera. I was carrying heavy furniture, so I know I wouldn't have been able to lock it. When I returned from the trash, I heard myself complaining on the other side of the door. When I realized it was my voice, I froze in fear for about 10 seconds, then tried to open my door. The door was locked, and the voice was gone as soon as I put my hand to the door. I say I was complaining because that's the best way I can refer to the way I was speaking. Whatever that was upset and loud. I've thought about what this could have been over and over again. I checked my camera, which picks up my every movement and usually picks up sound, but nothing was there. My friend said that maybe it could have been some sort of skinwalker, or some sort of glitch in the matrix of myself where she wasn't supposed to be. I think my cousin and I fell into an unused dimension a few years ago. When I was 26, I had a small apartment in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, and my cousin lived nearby. My complex was located in the middle of a densely forested area with a freeway running through the center, and we worked at the Wendy's located on the connecting highway. This meant we could walk to work, and yes, we walked on the freeway. It was scary yet necessary, but that's not the point. This story took place over the span of 3 days, and the shift itself only lasted 3 seconds, but when it ended, it was 40 minutes later. My cousin and I usually worked the night shift together. That would put us heading home around 3:30 a.m. One night, we were talking to pass the time as we walked down the freeway, and we noticed a single bright headlight coming towards us. But there was something strange about it. It was too bright. Still, I chalked it up to a motorcycle with some kind of new LED light and thought no more of it. And yet, looking back, I now realize we didn't hear any of the sounds you expect to hear from a motorcycle. Anyway, we continued walking and talking as we moved to the opposite side of the road. It was completely dark out there, so we wanted to leave plenty of space for the passing motorist. There was nothing around except for the road and the forest on either side of us. You couldn't see anything beyond the first row of trees. No streetlights, nothing. Even with our phone flashlights, We couldn't see more than 5 feet ahead, but we didn't really need the lights anymore. It was a road we'd walked almost every night. We knew it well enough. We continued on our way, but after a few moments, I realized the motorcycle still hadn't passed us. We were still facing the light. It didn't disappear, it just hadn't passed us. The freeway was a concrete road, with one small bridge essentially acting as a border to our apartment complex, with us on one side and the forest on the other. Under the bridge was a creek. It ran around the complex and through the forested areas. The mystery light disappeared the moment it reached that bridge. I asked my cousin if he saw it too. Then I made him describe it to me, just as extra reassurance I wasn't losing my mind. Unfortunately, there was nothing to do but shrug it off and move on. The next night, again around 3:30, we were walking home. We saw a single bright light speeding down the road, even faster than before. We stopped and watched it to see what would happen, and this time, it didn't disappear. It kept going. But once it reached the other side of the bridge, it made an impossibly sharp left turn without slowing and seemingly drove into the forest. My cousin and I looked at each other in total confusion, unable to explain what we had just witnessed. It's impossible for anything to safely maneuver through the trees at that speed, even a motorcycle. We continued watching the light travel through the forest until it suddenly disappeared, about 200 feet in. We resumed our walk with a weird energy. I think what we saw made us both feel a little uncomfortable. We exchanged small talk as always, but we were paranoid and constantly checking our surroundings. Now, the next night's walk home is when things got crazy. We were about a quarter of the way down the road and discussing our experiences over the previous nights. Only this time, we didn't see a weird light. I was standing about 1.5 feet behind my cousin as we talked, and I pulled out my phone to see that it was 3:37. Then, suddenly, in mid-conversation, the whole world seemed to disappear. There was no warning. There was no shift effect or dragging sensation. The world was simply there 1 second, and the next, it wasn't. It reminded me of when a game clip fails to load properly. I stopped moving, walking, and talking. Instead, I just looked around, trying to figure out what the hell was happening. Somehow, I was standing in what looked to be some kind of unused dimension. There were no road, trees, sky, or floor. There wasn't even darkness. Everything was just white. There were no shadows or shade. It felt like I was standing on a piece of printing paper. Or if you're familiar with Dragon Ball Z, it looked like the first time Goku entered the hyperbolic time chamber. I couldn't even see my cousin anymore. I was scared and didn't know what to do. So I stopped mid-stride, and my foot suspended in the air. I looked around for about 3 seconds, and just as unexpectedly as everything had disappeared, it returned in the same way. My cousin was suddenly 5 feet ahead of me now, but I assumed that happened because I had stopped walking and he didn't. I've read a few paranormal books that discuss wormholes, and small movements could sometimes land people miles away from where they started. Clearly, this wasn't the case for us, but I'm glad I didn't take any chances. Again, I made him tell me his story first in order to confirm we really had the same experience. And when I checked my phone, it was somehow 4:20. It felt like 3:37 had been only seconds before, yet somehow almost 45 minutes had passed. I tried to tell my cousin, but he hadn't seen the time before and didn't believe me. After arguing about the time change for a while, We realized we were no longer where we were when the dimension slip started. Instead of being 25 minutes away from my house, we had actually passed it. We only missed it by 200 feet or so, but it was still crazy. We know that's not where we were. My cousin and I still hang out occasionally, and to this day, we still talk about that night every time we see each other. Has anyone else ever experienced anything like this? Please let me know if you have. I've never met anyone else who has had this happen to them. In college, my best friend and I frequently went from Alabama to Atlanta, Georgia, to shop and visit Six Flags. One time, we were driving back after midnight, and we'd just left Noonan, Georgia on I-85 when we got hungry. It's a long stretch of nothing out there. So we just turned off at the next exit when we saw a Wendy's sign. We went across the bridge, but we didn't see a Wendy's, so we kept driving. We lost track of time while talking for 20 minutes, and that's when we realized there was no restaurant out there. The road suddenly bent to the right, came to a stop at a T intersection. The sign said I-85 was to the right, so that's the direction we went. We were planning to go get food at the next exit, but 5 minutes down the road, we saw an empty gas station and Wendy's. We also needed gas, so we went there first. And another vehicle pulled up at the gas pump across from ours. An old man got out, froze, and stared at me in silent horror as I pumped gas. He managed to finish his business before me and left quickly. My soul shivered, but I filled the tank. I pulled into the Wendy's drive-thru. The server sounded like a tired robot and also stared at us like an unblinking zombie. We got our food and couldn't wait to leave, but just before driving off, I looked at the gas station, and the same creepy man was back in the same spot. He was staring at us, completely silent and still. We drove off quickly, following a sign towards the interstate, but eventually it felt like we'd been driving for too long without finding it. We decided to turn back and retrace our route to Wendy's. It wasn't long at all before we reached the place where it should be, but it was gone, and so was the gas station. This time, we turned left at the T intersection, and we made it to the interstate just fine. We ate our ghost Wendy's in silence. We were halfway home before anyone had the gumption to talk about what had happened. I never thought that my supernatural experience would be an apple. It sounds mundane, but it's actually rather interesting. When I lived on the edge of my old city, there was a huge park that took up several square miles. During my childhood, I spent a lot of time there. I knew it pretty well. After becoming an adult, I still went there often for night walks. It's usually a safe place, but there are very few people around at night. One night, I was walking down an alleyway with a bright moon guiding my way. If there had been anyone else nearby, I would have heard their footsteps, but all was quiet until something small suddenly ran by through the grass. At first, I thought it was a field mouse, but then it slowed down and stopped, so I went closer. It was just an ordinary wild apple, and I took it because there had never been any apple trees in that park. The closest ones are half a mile away. I looked around with my flashlight. It was dead silent, and I was completely alone, with nothing but maple and oak trees. The next morning, I returned to check in the daylight, but I still didn't find any apple trees, and the one apple I did see had disappeared. This year, I decided to get a fake tree. Normally, I get no tree, but I just bought a condo and it felt like it was right this year. I got a great deal on a 6-foot-tall one at Home Depot. It's lovely, looks great with the vaulted ceilings. Well, I set this thing up almost 2 months ago, and on Christmas, I noticed that it was not the same tree. I can't really wrap my head around what's happened, but the result is that the lights on the tree were different, and somehow the tree was taller. So this tree, it's one of those pre-decorated ones. Lights, ornaments, the whole thing. This particular one had white lights, blue, silver, and gold ornaments. Lovely. I didn't buy any personalized ornaments as it's technically my first year with a tree. But I do remember the ornaments and lights that it came with for the same reason. The only thing I added was a star to the top, clear silver and gold. But on Christmas, I noticed the lights are blue. I think maybe it's a setting, so I check the plug. I check the box. Nothing to indicate that there should be blue lights on this tree. Furthermore, the ornaments. These ornaments are almost identical, but upon closer inspection, it's clear that they're only silver and blue, no gold. I check the star, the one that I bought to match the tree. It's the same as it was, still including gold in its coloring, but it's clearly sitting up higher than before. This whole thing drives me insane for the longest time, mainly the lights. I'm Googling the tree based on the box, finding absolutely nothing about blue lights or anything. Eventually, as I continue to follow this rabbit hole, I see something that mentions a metallic sticker, one that should be attached to the tree itself, somewhere close to the inside towards the bottom. This sticker has a serial number. I climb under the tree, and I'm already feeling so strange about even touching this tree, but I find the sticker and I search the number. The tree exists, but it's not the tree I bought. From what I can tell online, it wasn't even sold this year. Fast forward to last night. On my way home from work, I decided to take the tree down. I don't want to look at it anymore. I'm going to see about getting my money back. When I get home, the lights are back to white. The ornaments back to blue, silver, and gold. Serial number. The sticker, it's in the same spot, but now it matches that on the box. I almost felt like I had to have dreamt it, but my Google history matches, and there's still a photo on my phone of the other sticker with the other serial number. So, I have no idea what the fuck happened, but I'm going back to no Christmas trees. On December 29th, 2022, I was traveling from Santa Barbara to a small town in the middle of Nevada. Pending how late it was, I'd either stop for the night or continue towards home. There were 4 people in the car, and 3 of us saw a lady with a pale white face and dark, scraggly hair extending past her shoulders. She was wearing normal-looking, clean clothes. But the thing that freaked us out was the fact that she had no face. The 3 of us who saw her are 100% sure that she did not have a face. It was almost 6 a.m. The sun hadn't risen yet. Suddenly, the fog began closing in, and we started seeing weird road signs that made no sense. They appeared more and more frequently, until they were only 5 feet apart. This might be related to the faceless woman, or maybe it wasn't. I don't remember the actual road, so I'm not sure if those signs were in our world, or if we were in theirs. I'm sorry there isn't much detail, but I'm sure I wasn't asleep. I was far too anxious to sleep. and we were only a few minutes away from our Airbnb. This happened a few months ago. Me and my friends were messing around in a forest near our houses. We were walking through it, and my friend shouted out that he saw a figure in there, pointing to a drainage tunnel. We messed around by throwing rocks at the tunnel, and then we went on. We saw there was a pathway with a dead end to the left, but there was a small space to jump to. You just had to take a right. My friend and I were talking, and we saw our other friend jump to the left where the dead end was. But when we looked, he wasn't there. We walked the entire forest 4 times. We were talking to each other, calling out for our friend. We'd made our way back to the entrance, and we saw our friend walking toward the exit. When we caught up to him, he said that he had heard us talking and bickering, following our voices, but we were at the other end. There was another weird part. When we were walking the 3rd time, one of the bushes started shaking profusely for about 4 seconds. I don't know. Some sort of mimic or other dimensions. I recently decided to make a new start, changed professions, and became a teacher. I moved out to a small town to pay less rent and to eat organic, all of that stuff. I'm in my mid-30s and realized living in a capital city is financial madness. Been here for about a month and a half. My wife and I were living at her parents' house until we moved to a small 1-bedroom apartment at the back of a garage. It's pretty sweet. I know that the walk to the school I work at is about 15 minutes tops. But 2 days ago, I went to walk to work, and it was my first time from this apartment. Given that I'm new to the town, I took out my Google Maps, and I went for it. I had 30 minutes to get there, and as I walked towards it, I saw a route that would be 5 minutes faster. Once I took it, 15 minutes jumped to 20. And then as I walked towards the school, the more time increased. At 27 minutes, I stopped and called an Uber. I was a 15-minute drive from work. Fair enough, it seems like I just got lost, right? Then, talking to the admin lady that follows up with our system for attendance, she told me that she once took a wrong turn here, and it took her 3 hours to find her way back. Not only that, she described the same houses that I did, and how none of us at the school knew what neighborhood that was. In a town that has 3 supermarkets and mostly hardware stores and 2 drive-thrus, it's a bizarre experience. All of the houses were white with nice hedges. It's odd since it's a rural area with houses that look nothing like that. Now, the thing that's got me so weird about it, it makes no sense how a 15-minute walk, I ended up 45 minutes from my house in the next town and more than 30 minutes from work. I walked for 17 minutes. I'm staying in a hotel with a small 4-cup coffee pot. Last night, I put my coffee in the filter and loaded that into the machine. And then I filled the back up with water. I intentionally did this so that I could just hit the button before I got in the shower and the coffee would be done by the time I got out. I know I put the water in because I spilled a little, so I sat a paper towel down under the machine to absorb it in future spills. When I turned the machine on this morning, I expected coffee after my shower, but there was none. There wasn't a drop of water in the back of the coffee maker. I understand that some of the water could have evaporated, but 4 cups in a 6-hour period? My room that I'm alone in was actually pretty chilly too. I just don't understand where it went. I'm 31, sober for 2 years, if that's important. I don't know. Feels pretty glitchy. So, did our 2-year-old daughter glitch? Or am I just living in her origin story? So, I actually have 2 glitches which involve her. Naturally, I'm starting with the first, and then I'll get on to the second. The first glitch. This happened about 8 weeks ago. It was past bedtime, and I could hear her, my daughter, awake in her bedroom, which she shares with her 4-year-old brother. This isn't unusual, and they're really cute when they play and chat at night, so no big deal, right? I walked up the stairs, and I could hear their little chatting and giggles, so I decided to pop in and see if they needed anything and remind them it's sleep time. I stepped over the safety gate, so I was inside their bedroom, but only about 1 step inside. The hall light was on, and it lit up their bedroom. My son is in the left bed, my daughter is in the right. I say something like, "What are you 2 up to?" And they sheepishly tell me they're playing. My eyes adjust, and I can see my son in his bed and my daughter in hers. I can see them moving and getting comfortable as we chat. The light is low, but enough to see the shapes of them, the reflection in their eyes, and their bedroom floor, which is a narrow gap between their beds. We chat for about 3 minutes, and I ask them if they need anything. I clearly hear my daughter's voice answering me from her bed. As we're talking, I feel something brush the back of my leg. I didn't even look to check because we have cats, and those little devils follow me everywhere. One must have jumped over the safety gate and was coming to see if anything interesting was going on. Something felt a bit weird, though, and after maybe 5 seconds, I realized I hadn't heard the gate rattle. It always does that when a cat jumps over it. The cheeky little fur demon must have snuck in when I put them to bed, and it's probably why the kids are awake and giggling. I turned and I looked at the small gap behind me, expecting to see a little black cat. And I shit you not, my 2-year-old daughter is standing there. I was so shocked, I said to her, "How did you get there?" And that little girl just starts giggling her little butt off, like hysterically giggling. I start nervously laughing. I say, "You were just in bed. Did you just teleport, little miss?" And we all start laughing. I'm persistent and I ask a few more times, "How did you get behind me?" But she doesn't answer me, just keeps giggling sweetly. I ask her brother, "How did she do that?" And he just carries on laughing. I even say, "What's going on here? What are we all laughing about?" But neither can answer, and I'm baffled. After a minute or 2, I say something like, "All right, super baby, let's get you back to bed." I tuck them back in, I close the door behind me. Totally freaked out, but not scared or anything, just confusion. I feel like I just looked up and the sky was green. Now, I'd been looking at her, in bed. I was talking to her. I could hear her voice coming from her bed. I didn't see her get out of bed. I didn't see her walk towards me down the thin strip of floor space. I didn't hear her footsteps on the floor. She didn't make a peep of noise. It was like she just appeared. I told my partner, and together we tried to figure it out, but it felt like something impossible had happened. Eventually, he just said, "Glitch?" And here I am. The second one, this happened not long after the first event, maybe 10 or 20 days later. It was close enough that the moment it happened, I instantly thought, not again, in a kind of acceptance way. It was long past bedtime for them, probably just after midnight. They'd gone to bed on time, and I hadn't heard a peep from them. I let my dog into the back garden to do her thing, and I started walking down my garden to a chair that we have on the far end. It was dark by this time, but the moon was out, so I could see well enough. I got halfway down the garden and turned to look at my house, instinctively looked up at their window. The light of the moon was hitting the window in a way which made the glass look kind of white, even though their blinds were closed. But I didn't just see the blinds and the window. I saw my daughter's silhouette, standing on the windowsill. I can remember it as clearly as anything, like a flashbulb memory. It was a completely black silhouette, her size and shape, hands up to the glass. I couldn't make out any details or features. I recognized it was my daughter because of the size, but at this point I just knew there was a kid up in the window, and I ran like shit upstairs. I rushed into their room and flicked the main light on straight away. I'd already started talking and blurted out a word like, "Hey," about to ask her what on earth she was doing. But I stopped in my tracks. Both the kids are in their beds. I figured she jumped down quickly and was pretending to be asleep. I actually walk up to her and try talking again, but this kid is fast asleep. If you've ever seen a young child in a deep sleep, it isn't something they can fake. Slightly sweating, pink cheeks, sprawled out like a dead weight. I'm so shocked now, because I'm so certain of what I saw. I checked my son, even though I knew it couldn't logically be him, but he was sleeping deeply too. I just back out of their room feeling pretty flabbergasted. This time, I definitely got creeped out a bit, along with the familiar confusion and disbelief. I went back outside and checked. The window was lit up the exact same way, only no weird toddler figure looking at me. This story happened almost 30 years ago, and it still bothers me. For background's sake, I will say that I grew up in a military family. My parents did not tolerate being late to any event. You know the saying, if you're on time, you're late. Well, that was my family. I've always been a stickler for time. To this day, I still set the clocks in my house and car a little fast. Anyway, back when this story takes place, I was a young, single mom. We lived about 30 minutes from Washington, D.C. On a good day, my commute to work was 75 to 90 minutes. My daughter's daycare was a little over a mile from my house, so it took no more than 2 minutes to drive there. Because I'd been at work at 7:30 a.m. and the daycare opened at 6:30 a.m., I almost always left my house no later than 5:55 so that I could drop her off at 6 and be on the road. This one particular day was a normal day, a little cloudy. I got my daughter, who was 2 at the time, and sat her in her car seat. I started the car and looked at the clock as I always did and still do. As I said earlier, I set my clocks fast. This one was 10 minutes fast. It said 6:05. I drove to the daycare, and when we got there, the clock said 6:15. I remember being shocked because, as I said earlier, we lived slightly over a mile from the daycare. The neighborhood we lived in was basically a horseshoe. We lived at one end of the shoe and the daycare was at the other. This was not a busy street at all. In fact, I usually didn't see other cars until I got to the daycare. There's no way it took 10 minutes to get there. After I dropped my daughter off, I sat in my car, perplexed. I was freaked out that it took that long. There were no stores for me to stop at. There was no traffic. I know what time the clock said when I got in. When I picked her up at daycare, I timed how long it took us to get home. Just about a minute and a half. We moved from that neighborhood a couple of years later, but a couple of times I went back to test how long it would take me to get from my old house to the daycare, and it's always been no more than 2 minutes. I think about it a lot. Maybe I zoned out. Maybe I looked at the time wrong. But I don't think so. As I said, I was and I am a stickler about time. My daughter was too young to remember this, and I've never mentioned it to her. The people I do mention it to blow me off or downplay it. I know that we lost 10 minutes. I don't remember anything about the car ride except for putting her in her car seat, starting the car, looking at the time, and then looking at the time when we got to daycare. It's bothered me all these years, and I have no answers. I sometimes repeat a day. I always tell myself it's just a dream or deja vu. I first experienced it when I was 18. It was 2016 and I was in college. I woke up that day expecting it to be Wednesday. I went to my small pantry to look for breakfast, and I saw the cup of noodle I ate the day before, and I thought that I'd just forgot buying another one. I drank coffee, and I saw my wallet and thought I had extra cash. I might go buy a muffin at the bakery. Then I went and rode the bus. And weirdly, it was the same bus I rode yesterday. I knew the driver, and he greeted me. I nodded at him and said, "Good morning." That was around the time it felt weird. I entered our classroom and got confused when our professor on modern physics was sitting in the front, waiting for us. It was 5 or 10 minutes before her class, and she's always early. She was my favorite professor. I asked my classmate, "What's Mrs. M doing here? Shouldn't Mr. T be our first period?" And my classmate told me that Mr. T's period is Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and it was Tuesday today. Chills ran through my spine, but I laughed and told him, "Stop kidding around." Then he showed me his phone, and the date was the date of yesterday. I was speechless as he laughed at me. I guess I told myself this day was a deja vu. I went on with my day, saw the people I saw yesterday, talked to the same people, did the activities we did. I got higher scores since I knew most of the answers. I went to my girlfriend's school. We went and ate dinner. I walked her home, kissed her goodbye, and went back to my boarding house. All of the things I did yesterday. I even searched through my study table to look for my notes in calculus that I wrote after I went home, but it wasn't there. It's happened to me 3 or 4 times now, and I'm a physics major grad. I'm reading a lot about altering time and space patterns, but the nearest thing I can conclude is that it was just a dream that I happened to live again in real life. I don't really know if this belongs here, but it's such a weird yet insignificant event that I need to share it. I was at a family event today, Queen's Platinum Jubilee, and unfortunately, my family eats that kind of thing up. There were a few relatives I knew but hadn't spent a lot of time with. While I sat away from the main celebrations with my partner and one of the kids, she was 9 and took a shine to us, I thought I could smell smoke. I didn't vocalize it, didn't even look up from my phone, I just thought it. The girl looked at me and said, "You're right. They're having a fire next door. You can see the smoke." She then proceeded to point above the trees where there was smoke. My partner asked what she was going on about, and she didn't reply. I later asked my partner if I'd spoken out loud about the fires, and she said no. I also thought shouted her name for like 10 minutes after, and I got no response. So, less psychic and more glitch. I've glitched twice at work. I run a custom trim shop, hardwood lumber yard. Both glitches involve long-time customers, guys who I know on site. The first time it happened was around 2010. We had a few contractors who did enough business with us that they had accounts. They could just sign for materials rather than the usual payment on delivery model. I'm not saying all contractors are shady, but there's a lot of the fly-by-night guys who say they'll pay when the job's done, but you never hear from them again. I get that not everyone has the capital to lay out for material, but I've been burned enough times to know the difference between an established business and the cash-on-delivery guys. Anyway, call this customer Mr. C. One day, Mr. C comes in and his left hand is heavily bandaged. Obviously, I ask what happened. Mr. C was cutting a piece of plywood on a table saw by himself. Halfway through, it started to fall off the table. He put his hand down to push it back on top of the table and sliced the top of his middle finger, half of his ring finger, and all of his pinky off. We talked about it and agreed how table saws are the most dangerous tools. I actually know more guys who have been injured by nail guns, but I was being sympathetic. Anyway, I didn't see Mr. C for 5 or 6 weeks. I saw he had an order ready to pick up one day, and I made sure I was in the shop. I wanted to say hi and check on how he was holding up after his accident. When I walked up to the loading dock, Mr. C and one of our employees were loading red oak baseboards into his box van. Mr. C was using both hands. Both fully fingered hands. I didn't say anything. I just helped him load the material into the van and made sure the paperwork was in order. After he pulled out, I said something to my employee about how I thought Mr. C had cut his fingers from his left hand. My employee just looked at me weird and said he didn't know what I was talking about. This employee knew Mr. C's accident. He was there the day that Mr. C showed up in bandages. I know that we discussed it, and nail guns. No one in the shop knew what I was talking about, so I let it go. Mr. C officially retired a few years ago, with all of his fingers. My second glitch actually had a witness. July 2018. I was eating lunch in the break room with one of our older employees. We weren't talking, just eating our microwave leftovers, staring at our phones. He grunts and says, "Mr. K died." I was taken aback and he showed me the obituary. Mr. K had been killed in an automobile accident the previous weekend. Arrangements were scheduled at the local funeral home on Friday. I felt bad that I couldn't go to the calling hours. Mr. K had been a friend of my grandpa's. They were both carpenters. My kid had friends coming over for a sleepover that night, so I wasn't going to cancel it to go to a calling for a guy I didn't really know. My dad was going anyway, so our family was still represented. Fast forward to January 2019. The same employee walks into the office and says that he has a customer that requires assistance. That's our usual code for, here's a Karen that we don't want to deal with. I walk out to the warehouse, and standing there is Mr. K. Longtime employee walks behind Mr. K, looking at me with his eyebrows raised so high they're disappearing into his ball cap. I was stunned. I greeted him, shook his hand. I asked him how he's been doing. He said he's been fine. We found the couple of boards he needed for his project. He paid and was on his way. As he was pulling out, my employee said, "I swear, I thought he was dead." Amazed that I wasn't the only one this time, I agreed. We talked for a while about how we both remembered the obituary. I went back to the office and called my dad. I asked him if Mr. K was alive. He said he hadn't heard otherwise. Dad didn't remember going to a funeral. I've only talked to my employee about it one other time. We chalked it up to an oddity, but it still weirds me out. I have 4 cats. We just got a new kitten a week ago. He was a stray and is still adjusting to living inside. I tell you that because he's still sneaking around, mostly staying in the basement where the food and litter boxes are. He's terrified of my dogs, they ignore him, and he's come to the top of the basement stairs for a treat, with coaxing. So last night, I'm getting settled in bed, TV and bathroom light on in my room. My other cat, still a kitten, about 7 months old, and larger than the new kitten, comes into my bed like she does every night. My husband and I both greet her and say, "Oh, it's really time for bed. Stars is ready for her tuck-in." Well, I'm petting my plump calico kitten, and the TV show gets really bright, and I look down, and it's frickin' Void, our new black kitten. I sit up and say, "It's Void in our bed, not Stars." And my husband turned the light on because he doesn't believe me. Even he's shocked, because Stars is calico and Void is solid black. And we both saw Stars come into the room, like she does every single night. So Void had braved 2 sets of stairs, his fear of the dogs, who are also in the bed, and is just chilling on my lap. And I get this weird sensation because Stars is chunky and Void is much smaller and skinny, and all of a sudden, he feels like nothing in my lap, where I just felt the full weight of my chunky girl. So a few minutes later, here comes Stars again to get tucked in between us. We look at one another and say, "Weird." Void tears out of our room like I dragged him up there, and Stars gets on my lap. Cats are a glitch, man. I was house sitting for a coworker when I experienced the strangest thing. My coworker told me that I could help myself to anything while she was away. She said that she would prefer it actually, so she didn't have to throw away perfectly good food when she got back. The first night there, I decided to make tacos. Little for me, little for her little puppers Milo. I took note of the things that she had in her fridge, and I started planning meals for the next 3 days. As for beverages, not a lot of options outside of some wine and milk, which I don't drink either. So I made note to go to the store and grab some almond milk, some juice, in the morning. The next day, after my shift, I headed to the store and I grabbed the goods. I went back to her place, fed the pup, and then I opened the fridge to put the drinks away. When I did, I was shocked to see the exact items I bought were already in the fridge. I looked back at the counter, and there they were, sitting on the counter. I looked back at the fridge, and there they also were. I wanted to document this somehow, but I realized there's just no way to convey the strangeness with a photo or a video. It just looks like groceries. But to be in my body at that moment, to see what I saw, I was shook. I casually asked my coworker if she by chance drinks Pog juice or Silk brand almond milk. Her answer, "No, but there's a 2-liter of Diet Coke in the cupboard if you're thirsty." Not exactly what I was looking for. I guess the worst thing to come out of all of this is I have 2 of the things I love. But what the actual hell happened here? This happened a long time ago. I'm glad I get to tell this story now. It's pretty mundane, but weird enough to me that I'll never forget it. My friend and I took a trip to a nearby city and stopped at a gas station to grab something to drink and to use the restroom. He went in first, and while he was in there, I picked out my drink. I noticed pineapple Fanta. I hadn't tried it before, but it sounded interesting, so I decided I'd give it a shot. I know that I didn't just grab the wrong one by mistake. I had to look closely to check the caffeine content of it, as I was trying to limit at the time. When my friend got out, I handed him my drink and my debit card so that he could get whatever he wanted and to meet me in the car. It's important to mention that I'm fairly certain he would never do this as a prank or a joke. We were really close at the time, but even outside of all that, he was never known to do stuff like that. Messing with people never seemed to impress him much. It was also only the two of us anyway, so it's not like he could get a laugh about it with somebody else. We drive somewhere else and start eating. I reach into the bag and I grab our drinks, and somehow my pineapple Fanta is now orange Fanta. I said something along the lines of, "Was there something wrong with the pineapple one? I know that's what I handed you." He looked at the bottle, and he looked at me, confused, and he said that he knew it was pineapple before, too. He was actually going to ask me how it was, since it was kind of an unusual flavor. It really weirded us out for the rest of the day. I know I wouldn't have grabbed an orange one, even if I decided I wanted orange soda instead. I've always thought that orange Fanta was the worst orange soda, and definitely would have gotten Sunkist or Faygo instead. The only thing we've ever been able to come up with is that the cashier accidentally switched it out. But that asks more questions than it answers. Why would she have one up at the counter? Why would it be nearby enough for her to accidentally grab the wrong one? She clearly wasn't drinking it. It was still sealed and cold. The whole thing reminds me of when a variable in software messes up and it reverts something to the default value. Orange Fanta would certainly be the default Fanta if there was one. Maybe the simulation's code got mixed up in there somewhere. There's no explanation for what happened to me 3 years ago. I finally accepted that glitches are real, and this one is mine. I left home around 23 to move in with some friends a few towns over. I wasn't too far from home, maybe an hour, so I'd go back pretty regularly. There's never a time that I'd spent more than a couple of weeks away from home, without at least driving to do dinner with my parents at their house. Near my parents, there are several gas stations. A 76, a Chevron, and an AM/PM. My go-to store was always the 76 station. It was a bit hidden compared to the others, less busy, with the best candy selection, and somehow the cheapest cigarettes. So 3 years ago, even though I had just been to see my parents a week prior, they told me I basically had to come home for my sister's graduation party. I made one of my roommates come with me since he wanted to check out my hometown anyways. Or maybe he just wanted to check out my sister. Either way, he was a carpool buddy. Naturally, as we get closer to my parents, I tell him that we're going to stop off at the 76 and grab some munchies and anything else. As I turn down the road toward the 76, I realize it's not there. At least the large sign wasn't showing from this distance like it normally does. We drive a bit further and still nothing. We get there officially and nothing is there. I mean, something's there, but it's not the 76. I tell my friend to get out Waze and look up 76. Part of me was willing to accept I took a wrong turn, but most of me knew that literally wasn't possible. He tells me what I already know. This is where the map says 76 is. Or where it's supposed to be. My friend says they probably closed it down. Literally in a week. 2 weeks max. And with no remnants of a 76 at all. The building wasn't even remotely the same, and all it said on it was bank. What the fuck? I loop around the block a few times. Everything is exactly where it should be, but no matter how many times I pass the 76, it's still just bank. My friend is starting to think I'm insane, telling me to give up already. So I do. Well, we still needed snacks, so we head to the AM/PM, and then to my parents. We'd been there for a while, yakking it up with family, friends, etc. Eventually, my friend comes up while I'm talking to my dad and sister, and he's laughing, saying something about, how I was in such distress when the gas station disappeared. I interrupted him a bit and directed a question to my dad and sister. When did they completely demolish and rebuild where the 76 used to be? They both look at me like I'm crazy, and my friend says, "See, he just can't let it go." My dad laughs, my sister too, both ready to inform us that we're wrong, that the 76 is still there. In fact, my sister still goes there all the time. This sort of argument ensues back and forth until finally I tell my sister that we're going to hop in the car and she's going to come with us and I'm going to prove her wrong. So that's what we did. We hopped in the car. My friend put 76 into Waze and we started the journey. Except this time, when we turned, I saw the sign immediately. And then there was the gas station, like it had never left. It wasn't a strange building that said bank anymore. I look at my friend and he's on my page. My sister's laughing, like, how the fuck did you miss this? I drive around the block, and then a bunch of other blocks too. The 76 never moves, and bank never shows back up. My sister didn't even entertain my claims, only budging slightly when my friend kept vouching for me. This whole no way thing went on forever, but in the end, it was the same. Nothing changed. I would appear to look crazy to everyone, except my friend. It's left me feeling like I just don't always trust the world we live in, I guess. I just have no clue, but 3 years later, this shit still blows my mind. I have a salt lamp in the shape of a moon that I love. I used to use it as a nightlight, but since the bulb blew out 7 or 8 months ago, it became just an ornament on my nightstand because I couldn't find the right bulb for it. And it's a pain because you have to pull the whole thing apart to replace it. I have one outlet with 2 plugs near my nightstand. It's above my bed near the pillow where I sleep. When the lamp stopped working, I unplugged it so that I wasn't wasting an outlet. I use those plugs to charge everything while I sleep. And I've plugged and unplugged multiple chargers from it almost daily in the last 8 months. The cord to the lamp just remained laying beside the nightstand, unplugged since it didn't work anymore. I recently took a surprise trip home to surprise my dad for Father's Day. The whole trip home, I kept having a super strange feeling like I wasn't supposed to be there, or that the last-minute impulsive choice to fly home was a choice I shouldn't have made. I don't know, it was weird. The whole trip felt like a dream. After a few days of visiting family, I flew back home, ate dinner, played with my dog, went to bed, woke up the next day, and went to work. All was fine and normal. It was only a 2-hour flight, so it's not like it completely exhausted me or turned me into a zombie. I'd gone to bed at my normal time. That night, after my first day home, I do my same routine, but when I shut my bedroom light off, I noticed that the moon lamp is glowing. I was so confused, I turned my light back on, and I noticed that it was plugged into the outlet above my pillow. The only people who have access to my house are my sister and my boyfriend, who both acted completely confused about why the hell I was asking them if they replaced a bulb and plugged in a random lamp, and they swear it wasn't them. The thing is, it wasn't lit up the previous night when I got back from my trip. It lights up my whole room, so I would have noticed immediately. Which means it had somehow been fixed and plugged into the wall and switched on that day. Nobody was at my house while I was at work. My door was locked, and I highly doubt anyone would risk bothering my very territorial pit just to secretly replace a bulb and plug in a random lamp on my nightstand. So, was this a glitch or what? Creepy as fuck, and I can't stop thinking about it. But there's more that I can't stop thinking about. Because like 8 months ago, a feral kitten got dropped off at my house by the mama. Mama never came back. The kitten was adorable, but very scared. It made a home under my shed, and I've fed him every day since. It took 6 or 7 months for him to trust me enough to let me touch him. He's gorgeous, long-haired. When he started allowing me to pet him, I noticed his hair was very matted down his legs and under his belly. I called around, and no groomer would see him without shots and sedation, which required a vet visit. In total, it was going to cost me $400. We don't have any local feral cat programs. They're all over an hour away, and none of them could or would help. I tried to cut the mats out myself with scissors, but was unsuccessful. It was like trying to cut through carpet, a carpet with sharp claws and an attitude. So I made him an appointment. The day of his appointment, I tried unsuccessfully to catch him, and I had to cancel it at the last minute. I was trying to figure out some other options, but I had that trip home planned for the next day to visit my dad, and I decided that he would just have to wait. So I went home to my family's for like 3 days, and as I said, the whole time I was feeling off, like I wasn't supposed to be there. It was a very weird feeling. Not in a bad way feeling, but just this trip wasn't supposed to happen, neutral sort of feeling. I got back from my trip, then the incident with the lamp. Well then, a few days after, I was sitting outside when the kitten came out for dinner. Immediately, I noticed he had been groomed. And not just hacked with scissors, but professionally groomed. All of his matting is gone, his head and neck cleaned up. I could chalk it up to a random good Samaritan, if only I had neighbors. I'm in the middle of nowhere. This cat is at my house 24/7. He is here, always. There's tons of strays in our county, and they're genuinely viewed as a nuisance. There's just no way he befriended somebody else who would be crazy enough to spend $400 on an insane feral cat, only to release him back into the wild. And what are the chances that they do this within days of me having an appointment to get it done? I've kept a close eye on him since, and still, I've yet to see him wander. This, coupled with the mysterious lamp, I truly believe something happened on that trip to jump me into a new timeline. Perhaps it was one where I was able to catch the feral cat for his appointment to be groomed, and one where I also repaired my lamp. A couple of years ago, I believe, maybe it was early last year, I was riding in the passenger seat of my car while my boyfriend drove. It was mid-morning, sunny, not a cloud in the sky. Then it appeared. A grid suddenly appeared above my windshield. The best I can describe it is like grid paper you'd use in math class. But all you could see were the multiple lines in black. Besides that, I could still see the sky and the road around it. I even leaned forward in my seat to look up, and it went on and on and on for as far as I could see. Like the world was in a grid paper. And just as suddenly as it appeared, it was gone. I'm going to say it stayed for maybe 3 to 5 seconds tops. I asked my boyfriend if he saw it, which he did not. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? I think about it all the time since it happened. Can't explain it. Okay, so about 11 or 12 years ago, when I was 15 or 16 years old, still living with my parents, I would stay up after they went to sleep and sneak out to my dad's truck to listen to my CDs. My religious parents weren't very accepting of my taste in bands like Paramore and Flyleaf. So edgy, I know. Anyway, on a particularly bad night of fighting with my parents, I waited for the clear, took my favorite CD, Flyleaf, and snuck outside. Before trying to somehow crank the truck without waking anyone, I realized I forgot my soda. I went to go back and I leaned on my CD and snapped it into 3 pieces. I remember it looked odd to me, how the pieces looked so even. So now, more upset than before, I went inside for my drink and to grab a different CD. Can't remember what I picked. And when I returned to the truck, there was my Flyleaf CD, not in pieces, or even a scratch. Looked brand new, actually. Freaked out and confused because it had been broken 5 minutes before. I just decided to call it a night. Also, something I left out about earlier on the same day. I noticed that the rearview mirror on my dad's truck was cracked up really badly. My mom said that she'd swiped a light pole. But when I snuck out to listen to music, I realized it was no longer cracked. I just assumed somehow that they must have left without me noticing and had it fixed. But working in the auto industry now, I didn't see how that was possible. It would have been a special ordered part. Anyone else ever experienced something like this? "30 years ago, just after my 21st birthday, I purchased a set of wine glasses. I bought them because they weren't like standard wine glasses. They were a smoky gray color and had a very short stem on them. The gray color got darker as it went down the glass, and it was almost black at the base. They were a nice, thick glass with a bit of weight to them. Since my 21st birthday, I've lived in many places, and as so often happens in a move, things get lost or broken. By the time I moved to where I currently live, about 15 years ago, I was down to just one of those wine glasses. I was always very careful with it because I hadn't seen any others like it in all these years. After my daughter turned 21, she decided that wine was her drink of choice, and we often jokingly argued about who got to use the cool wine glass and who got to use the regular one. This went on for a couple of years, until one day we'd stopped at a dollar store to grab a few things, and I noticed on the shelf there were wine glasses that looked like the smoky wine glasses I bought 30 years ago, and they were only $1 each. There were only 3 of them, so I bought them all. Although I wasn't entirely sure they were an exact match, but if they were, I'd have a set of 4 again. We were about an hour away from home and weirdly excited about our find. We couldn't wait to see if they were the same, and they were a perfect match. We washed them up, and that night, we both had wine out of the cool wine glasses and gave them a little clink as we enjoyed our wine and our find. About a month later, we decided to have a glass of wine, and as my daughter was getting the glasses out of the cupboard, she dropped one, and it shattered on the floor. We both looked at each other and laughed, grateful that we'd bought 3 instead of just 1. So we didn't have to go back to arguing over who would use the cool wine glass. Not long after that, my daughter moved out into her own apartment. Busy with life, we didn't see each other much, so I decided that when she came home to visit, I would surprise her with a cool wine cabinet, and I'd have it stocked with loads of different wine that we could try together. After it was finished, I was putting the wine in there, and there was enough space to put the wine glasses in the front. I was thinking they would look nice in the lighting that I had installed. I went to get the glasses out of the cupboard, and there were 4 of them. I couldn't believe it. I began wondering if maybe I had dreamed that she broke the glass, and I decided I must have. Nothing else would make sense. I didn't call and ask her because I wanted the cabinet to be a surprise. She knows I don't drink alone and would be wondering what I was doing, digging out the wine glasses as they're in the back of the cupboard. Not long after that, she came over and was impressed with my little project. And we decided that we needed to get busy trying out all of the new wines I'd put in the cabinet. She opened the cabinet, and seeing the 4 smoky gray glasses, she turned and looked at me with a weird look on her face and said, How are there 4 of them? I broke one. I told her I thought she had, but I'd convinced myself I dreamt it because there was no other explanation. She said, "Nope, I definitely broke one. It shattered everywhere." We were both confused and a little creeped out, but it didn't stop us from enjoying our wine. There are still 4 glasses. For the last week and a half, I've been noticing little things happening, but now it's starting to get to me. It started with watching videos or TV. I will be watching, no buffering or high Wi-Fi points, etc. And then whatever has been said on whatever I'm watching will repeat itself with no issue, and then carry on. For example, I was watching a video, and the girl in the video said, "I don't know what's going on, but I don't like it." She took a breath and then said the exact same thing again, word for word, exactly as she just did. When this first happened, I thought nothing of it, but then it started happening on my phone too. I started rewinding videos and restarting movies to see if it was uploaded that way accidentally, but they were all normal. I tried to brush it off, but a couple of days ago it started happening while talking to people. I will be talking to someone, and then they will repeat what they said, exactly the same as if they didn't just say it. At first, I could try to logic my way out of this weird occurrence happening while watching YouTube or Netflix, but now I don't know how to logic my way out of people speaking to me face to face. When I ask them why they said it again, they're adamant that they didn't. I've asked the people I live with if they're experiencing this, but no one has. I started mouthing the end of sentences when it happens, and they look at me as if I'm batshit crazy. But to me, they literally just said and did the exact same thing only moments ago. No idea what's going on. Only moments ago. No idea what's going on. So I go to the grocery store around 6-ish to pick up food for the week. I use the self-checkout and I'm walking straight towards the automatic doors to leave, and a couple walks in. The girl catches my eye because she has a very detailed tattoo of a dragon on her thigh. I admire the tattoo for a second just as she slightly stumbles onto the floor mat, which causes her glasses to fall off her face and onto the floor. She bends down to pick them up and proceeds past me. I get home, cook my meals, which takes an hour or so. I go into my bathroom and my cat has knocked over my toothbrush, which is now being chewed by my dog. I have no extras, so I hop back in the car and go back to the grocery store for a toothbrush. It's around 8-ish. I grab the toothbrush, but this time I have to go to the regular register because self-checkout is closed. My route to the doors is different this time. I have to walk down an aisle in front of the registers, and the doors are to my right. Just as I'm getting to the door, the same exact couple walks in. The dragon tattoo is a dead giveaway. The girl then stumbles on the floor mat, drops her glasses, and then kneels down to pick them up. No expression, nothing. I literally made a what the fuck face and felt so confused. I got back in the car and just thought of the sheer amount of coincidences that just happened. I see this couple once. The girl drop her glasses and pick them up. My dog just so happens to chew my toothbrush, causing me to come back to the grocery store hours later. Somehow this couple not only needed to come back to the store, but do so at the exact same time as where we meet in the exact same place and manner. I just now have a different point of view. Then the cherry on top, the girl stumbles and drops her glasses again. Shit was weird. It was raining. An ambulance's approach can be heard just beyond the hill in the distance. I'm no longer sitting in my driveway, listening to the Vikings game on the radio. I'm no longer in my car at all. An inhale brings the cold air into my lungs, piercing the warmth they once held. Exhaled in a fog in front of me. As if waking from a dream, my conscious senses begin to construct the reality around me. A quick glance down reveals that I'm now standing on the ledge of a bridge. The waters below travel at an unforgiving pace. A dark, raging current witnessed from what is surely a perishable height. Shock and terror propel me backward. My legs react before my brain, and I desperately cling onto the metal light pole that shared the small ledge with me. Tight in my embrace, I notice that I'm not alone. On the bridge, standing in the road, I locked eyes with a young man. He's in distress, holding a cell phone up to his ear and pleading with someone not to jump. I realize his requests are directed towards me. And suddenly the darkness around us is extinguished by the arrival of ambulance lights. Behind the ambulance is a cop car. The officer leaps out of his vehicle and runs towards me, telling me to hold on. When they help me back over the steel bridge rail, I'm led to the back of the ambulance where they take my vitals, and the cop asks what I was doing up there. I didn't know. I didn't know how I got up there. I didn't know where I was. And my car was nowhere to be found. But I told him everything that I could remember, including that the last place I saw my car was in my driveway. I accept the ambulance ride to the local hospital where they can do some tests on me. As we walk in, I see that it's almost 4 a.m. Earlier that day, or more accurately, the day prior, I dropped my partner off at the airport. I didn't want to alarm her just before she got on a plane, but I had a mini heart attack on the freeway while driving us there. The steering wheel fell through the fingers of my left hand, but I held on with my right. After a series of violent palpitations, somehow, by the grace of God, my heart rate started to calm down. We make it to the airport and say our goodbyes. As the sliding glass consumed our final gaze, I felt my heart start to act up again. A horse in my chest, spooked from the trot of a death gallop. In anticipation for the pain to grow, I quickened my steps to get back in the car and scramble for my heart medication in the glove box. It's the music of a dead man, I thought, while the pills dance and crash into the orange walls of the bottle, like maracas as my shaking hands try to steady the beat. With a few drops of moisture found in a Gatorade bottle under the seat, I managed to swallow the 2 pills. Then I sat in the airport parking garage and turned on the Vikings game for a while, until I felt confident to drive again. When the first quarter ended, I began my trip home. During the drive, I decided to get some McDonald's. I take the exit ramp, but then I have to look again because it seems somehow I'm merging back onto the freeway. The cars behind me are honking, and I hastily merge back onto the freeway, thinking what happened could be blamed on an absent-minded distraction. Like when you walk into a room and forget what you were there for. I'll just get food closer to home, I thought. And that's when I saw the McDonald's bag sitting in my passenger seat. The hunger pains I'd previously felt have manifested into sharp jabs of fear and doubt. The sensation is breathtaking. I hit the hazards and pull off to the shoulder, and I dig inside the bag for a receipt. If the time on my dashboard was correct, it had been a half-hour difference from when I got my McDonald's to tapping my hazards. But what truly scared me was that there was another bag under the McDonald's. A paper bag with a pack of Mar breads in it. I don't smoke. That receipt unsettlingly reads just shy of 10 minutes to the dash. The truest confusion draws tears to my eyes, and I sob, parked on the shoulder, as the Vikings game goes into halftime. My partner won't be landing for another hour, and as I contemplate what to do next, it's hard to ignore my paranoia that this could happen again. I know I probably should have just stayed there and called an Uber or a cab. But the expenses involved in letting my car get towed consciously pushed me back onto the road. By the end of the third, I'm about to reach the exit into town, 4 miles away. Looking down at my hands, I'm shaking again. But vibrating through the shakes, water droplets start forming on the back of my hands. The car isn't hot. I don't feel hot, but I start to feel the dampness of my hands begin to transfer throughout my body. Drops of cold water race from the nape of my neck down my spine. I think I'm having a profound cold sweat. The sweat begins to get in my eyes, and it makes the steering wheel hard to grip. I hear an ambulance climbing the rows of traffic behind me. My car is in the lane it will be obstructing soon. The lane next to me opens up and I grab the wheel as steady as I can and begin to get over. Using extra caution, I look back and then forward. What was originally in front of me was a silver Mazda. Then, in the blink of an eye, an entirely different car. Maroon Chevy Tahoe. On an entirely different street. I'm on my street. In the game, it's almost over. As I rip into my driveway, I put the car in park and I rest my head against the headrest as I contemplate calling an ambulance. A part of me just wants to go inside and go to bed. But it's in that moment that I'm transported to where I started the story. The ledge. From gas pedals beneath my feet to the stone of that ledge. All in the blink of an eye. The officer that night must have felt pity for the state that I was in, because after I was shipped off to the hospital, they did a sweep from the bridge back to my address, looking for my car. The officer showed up at the hospital and he says that they'd located it, telling me that it was indeed parked in my driveway. He looked a little concerned as he continued on, telling me that the keys were still in the ignition and that my phone was on the front seat and my front door was wide open. They walked inside, but nothing looked burglarized. All of my electronics were still plugged in, and my wallet was even on the living room table. The officer takes it out of his pocket and gently tosses the worn leather along with my keys onto the metal tray beside my hospital bed. They were kind enough to lock everything up and bring my things to the hospital. But they weren't about to let me get back on the road after everything I just told them. The next couple of hours, I was almost wishing to black out, as inconclusive test after inconclusive test was read to me by a training physician. And as much as I wanted to safely stay in the confines of my hospital room under the watchful eye of medical professionals, it was made pretty clear to me that staying wasn't going to be an option. At this time, there was nothing more they could do for me. Call us if you experience another episode, were the last words spoken to me at the ER. Well, actually, I did hear from the receptionist, "Okay, be outside in 5 minutes," as she confirmed that she'd called a cab for me. Once again, I was utterly alone in the world. My cell phone was dead, but at least back in my possession. The whole cab ride home, my eyes rapidly panned from the road to the clock every 30 seconds. terrified I'd blink again to find an unfamiliar world around me. And now I had to worry about somebody else being involved. When the cab pulled up to my house, I didn't bother waiting for any type of change. Just tossed the driver some 20s and made my way to the front door, which was still closed and thankfully not wide open. Entering the house, I noticed immediately it's permeated with the thick smell of cigarette smoke. The Marb Reds that were previously on my passenger seat are now laying on the floor of my living room. 4 smokes are missing from the pack. My loathing for the moment turns into spiteful determination to figure out this puzzle of mind and body. When my phone turns back on, tons of voicemail notifications and text messages start filling up my notification bar. While it's still vibrating, I call my wife and I tell her everything up to that point. She reacts exactly how I expect her to, probably exactly how any loving partner would. She tells me that she's finding a flight to take out tomorrow, to stay home, and that she'll get a ride back. Unfortunately, since then, this has not been an isolated incident. Though I don't have many more answers, I've been prescribed medications and keep going through different tests. Right now, I'm on a medication called Namenda. It's supposed to help with cognitive short-term memory loss. And Midrodin, which is supposed to help with the blackout part. I'm lucky to have married the most patient woman on the planet. She's become my record keeper of the day-to-day. She's also trained herself to look for signs that I may be stumbling into a mental void. The part I find really unsettling, and we haven't been able to get many answers on, is the fact that when I go through these blackouts or episodes, my wife says my personality changes. She says the person that she's talking to is no longer me. From my voice, my mannerisms, everything just sort of changes. I know it scares her just as much as it does me. If I'm honest, I'm nervous that this is my life now, that this is the outlook for the rest of my marriage. I feel like the solitude of my soul has been pulled away somehow. Does this kind of thing sound familiar to anyone? Has anyone experienced something remotely like this? The time slips, the changes in personality with no sign of brain injury or psychological disorder. Maybe you know someone who's had this happen to them. I'm losing hope, so casting a wider net, thinking maybe I'll gain some. I wouldn't have bothered writing this story if I hadn't already exhausted every other outlet in existence. So, here's my shot in the dark that someone, somewhere out there, will be able to empathize, maybe give advice on, I guess, just surviving. Anyway, thanks for listening. I'm not sure if this is a glitch, some kind of dimensional overlay, or if I've stumbled upon a technique that causes glitches to happen. I don't know. I'm posting this to hopefully get some insight. I met a long-lost friend in a park one day. He's an eccentric fellow who's deep into unusual meditations and consciousness-type stuff. He wanted to experiment with a meditation technique that he just kind of discovered one day. He didn't learn it from someone else, but just stumbled upon it himself and wanted to experiment with someone else. He called it energy matching. Although I tried to look up more info by this name, I couldn't find anything about it or anything that matched his description. Maybe there is a different name for it, and I just don't know it or can't find it. Anyway, the basic concept is that you try to match your energy to a target's energy on every energy level that you can. So, we're sitting in this large, open park with a huge, clear, grassy field in front of us. There's a lone bird chilling on the tree branch. Since this was the only object in front of us, we decided to meditate on this bird. We're both intensely focused on this bird, examining every detail of the bird. All of a sudden, the bird literally doubled. I'm not talking about a double vision kind of double. I mean a completely independent second bird that looked exactly the same as the other, just popped into existence on the tree branch next to the original bird. We both gasped at the exact same time when that happened, and simultaneously looked at each other and asked, "Did you see that?" If I was alone, I probably would have just brushed it off as another bird flew up and I just didn't notice or something. But the tree that it was on was very skinny, with very sparse leaves, so we could see right through it to the sky. So we would have been able to see clearly if another bird had just flown up. Considering how intensely focused we were on it makes the not paying attention argument less likely. As strange as that was, it wasn't enough confirmation, so we decided to try it again on a different target. Here's where things get really strange. We decided to use the park itself as the target. We were intensely focused on the park. There were no other people around, as far as the eye could see, except a lone jogger far away in the distance. It was a very quiet day. As soon as we both synced in, we hear a very loud round of applause all around us. It was like we were in the middle of an encore type of applause, not a couple people clapping or something. Like we were in the middle of a full stadium. It sounded like hundreds, if not thousands, of people clapping. We both shot up in surprise, wondering where all that clapping was coming from. My first thought was maybe the park was having an event or something, so we spent the next hour searching for where that noise could have come from. But we saw no groups of people. I mean, hundreds of people, that shouldn't be that hard to miss, right? Even though the sound was not a distant sound, we still checked if there were any stadiums or large auditoriums anywhere around us, and there wasn't. The sound of people clapping all around you is a very distinct sound that's not the same as hearing it from far away. If I was alone, I probably would think I was going crazy or something, but my friend heard it too. Maybe the meditation didn't cause the glitch, but rather opened us up to other dimensions or something. Or maybe the meditation has nothing to do with it and the timing was just coincidence. I tried that meditation techniques a couple other times and weird stuff happened. But I haven't done it since. I'm actually kind of freaked out by it, and I'm thinking that I probably shouldn't meddle with things I don't understand, especially since it seems to affect reality the way it does. I have since lost touch with this friend after he deleted his social media accounts to ask him more. So, I'm posting this here, hopefully to get more clarity. If anyone has an explanation for this, I would love to hear it. I'm not sure if this is a glitch, some kind of dimensional overlay, or if I've stumbled upon a technique that causes glitches to happen. I don't know. I'm posting this to hopefully get some insight. I met a long-lost friend in a park one day. He's an eccentric fellow who's deep into unusual meditations and consciousness-type stuff. He wanted to experiment with a meditation technique that he just kind of discovered one day. He didn't learn it from someone else, but just stumbled upon it himself and wanted to experiment with someone else. He called it energy matching. Although I tried to look up more info by this name, I couldn't find anything about it or anything that matched his description. Maybe there is a different name for it, and I just don't know it or can't find it. Anyway, the basic concept is that you try to match your energy to a target's energy on every energy level that you can. So, we're sitting in this large open park with a huge clear grassy field in front of us. There's a lone bird chilling on the tree branch. Since this was the only object in front of us, we decided to meditate on this bird. We're both intensely focused on this bird, examining every detail of the bird. All of a sudden, the bird literally doubled. I'm not talking about a double vision kind of double. I mean a completely independent second bird that looked exactly the same as the other, just popped into existence on the tree branch next to the original bird. We both gasped at the exact same time when that happened, and simultaneously looked at each other and asked, "Did you see that?" If I was alone, I probably would have just brushed it off as another bird flew up and I just didn't notice or something. But the tree that it was on was very skinny, with very sparse leaves, so we could see right through it to the sky. So we would have been able to see clearly if another bird had just flown up. Considering how intensely focused we were on it makes the not paying attention argument less likely. As strange as that was, it wasn't enough confirmation, so we decided to try it again on a different target. Here's where things get really strange. We decided to use the park itself as the target. We were intensely focused on the park. There were no other people around, as far as the eye could see, except a lone jogger far away in the distance. It was a very quiet day. As soon as we both synced in, we hear a very loud round of applause all around us. It was like we were in the middle of an encore type of applause, not a couple people clapping or something. Like we were in the middle of a full stadium. It sounded like hundreds, if not thousands, of people clapping. We both shot up in surprise, wondering where all that clapping was coming from. My first thought was maybe the park was having an event or something, so we spent the next hour searching for where that noise could have come from. But we saw no groups of people. I mean, hundreds of people, that shouldn't be that hard to miss, right? Even though the sound was not a distant sound, we still checked if there were any stadiums or large auditoriums anywhere around us, and there wasn't. The sound of people clapping all around you is a very distinct sound that's not the same as hearing it from far away. If I was alone, I probably would think I was going crazy or something, but my friend heard it too. Maybe the meditation didn't cause the glitch, but rather opened us up to other dimensions or something. Or maybe the meditation has nothing to do with it and the timing was just coincidence. I tried that meditation techniques a couple other times, and weird stuff happened. But I haven't done it since. I'm actually kind of freaked out by it, and I'm thinking that I probably shouldn't meddle with things I don't understand, especially since it seems to affect reality the way it does. I have since lost touch with this friend after he deleted his social media accounts to ask him more. So, I'm posting this here, hopefully to get more clarity. If anyone has an explanation for this, I would love to hear it. When I was 18 in the mid-2000s, a guy sat next to me on the train as I was heading back to university. And for the whole journey, he kept talking about things that didn't quite make sense. I felt like I knew him, and he was talking as if I was a long-lost friend. He didn't seem to have any mental health issues. He was intelligent. He seemed to speak about things that connected with me on a deep level. He kept drinking small bottles of whiskey, the kind that you can get on the train. And he seemed to be enjoying everything that was happening, like it was all new to him. His confidence was off the charts, not in a player type of way, but as if he was from a slightly more free and socially advanced culture. There was a definite vibe of, he's not from here. The tone of the conversation for the hour-long trip, it was him both teaching me about life and building my confidence up, which I felt was strange given that I had no idea who he was. The whole time I felt a strange sensation that there was some sort of different vibration about him, like he didn't quite fit into his surroundings and all the other people, almost on a molecular level, like there was a bubble around him. It was very odd. For reference, he appeared to be in his late 20s, wore black, had black facial hair and black, not long but not short hair, and he had a very healthy vibe about him. Eventually, we arrived at the station, and as I was getting off the train, he put his hand on my shoulder, looked into my eyes with reverie, like I was some kind of holy figure, and he said, "You're a great person." And I felt genuine emotion from him that was far too strong for the circumstances. Then he walked away, the wrong way, and disappeared into the crowd. I looked for him through the people, but I couldn't see him at all. He just disappeared. For years, I've wondered if he was some sort of time traveler that came back to give me a message. Who knows? Maybe he was. Has anyone else experienced anything similar? Or can you shed any light on what this could have been? I've heard stories of doppelgangers, glitch in the matrix stories. I've always been fascinated by them. I used to wonder, why don't more people have these experiences? And then one day, I had one of my own. A doppelganger event or shift in time, reality, whatever it was, it happened to me. A little bit of context first about myself and where I live. I'm a 20-year-old guy, tall, broad shoulders, brown hair. I live in a small English village in the countryside. It's the kind of place where you don't see many new people living there. I've lived there my entire life, and I see the same regular people going about their lives on a regular basis. Anyways, back to the story. I walked from my house just on the edge of the village to the local shop to get some groceries. It was midday, and the weather was quite dull and gloomy. Everything was going normal until I walked back from the shop. I'm walking on the path outside of an old church. I carry on walking down the path ahead of me, but I have the option to cross the street and walk on the other path that leads to the same route that I was going to, just a different way. Anyway, as I think about crossing over, I look into the distance not too far away from me, and on the other side of the path, I see me. This person is the same height and build as me, and they're wearing the same clothes. I was wearing a green wax coat and black trousers, and so was the guy ahead of me, on the other side of the road. He also had the same brown hairstyle as me. My mind was racing about what could be happening. I then noticed that the guy ahead is carrying the same shopping bag as I am. I am then surprised to see this person that looks just like me and wave at an old woman who was walking the same path as I was, but was ahead of me in the opposite direction. I walked past the old woman, and then I decided to cross the road to follow the other me. But as I'm about to, a black car drives by, blocking my view. I decided not to go the same way as the other me because I had a weird feeling that I shouldn't. As I make the decision not to go the way that the guy that looks like me went, he disappears, just vanished, the moment that I decided not to go that way. I didn't see him disappear. It was like he was never there. But I still had the vivid memory of the event. It was like by suddenly deciding not to go that way, I changed time. I moved quickly ahead to see where he was, but this other me is nowhere to be found. I look in the driveways of people's houses, and he wasn't in any of them. There's nowhere for him to go. My mind was blown. As I walked back, I had the most eerie feeling and got quite creeped out. I think I had a time slip, that I was seeing into a possible future, but by changing my mind and not going that way, that never happened, so the other me disappeared. But one thing that I could not figure out was who was the old woman that he was waving at. I don't know her, and I walked past her, but when I walked past her, she didn't seem surprised or shocked that she saw two of me. Who she was is also a mystery. This happened just before Christmas 2019, and I guess it popped into my mind again recently due to it being Christmas season. December 2019, I was traveling by train back to my hometown. When I arrived at the train platform, I started walking toward the ticket machines. As I approached, there was an attendant standing by the machines. As soon as he turned and saw me, he loudly said to me, "Well, finally, you're here. I've been waiting 30 years for you to show up." I thought that was a very weird thing to say, especially since I was only 21 at the time. At a guess, the attendant was in his 50s. The way he said it was very happy and sincere, not sarcastic or even in a joking tone. Unfortunately, I was very shy and awkward, so I didn't ask what he meant. Now I wish I had. Then he asked if he could help me with anything, so I asked him to help me buy a ticket, as I'd never used the ticket machines before. As I was buying the ticket, he kept making really intense eye contact and looking at my face as if he recognized me and was trying to figure out if I was who he thought I was. I had only moved to the area 3 months before and have no family there, so he couldn't have mistaken me for an older relative of mine. I had definitely never seen him before, and it was my first time taking that train. Throughout the interaction, he asked me, "Are you going on another business trip?" Again, I was confused because I was clearly a 21-year-old student, not a businesswoman. I feel that I should say that he wasn't creepy at all, and he definitely wasn't hitting on me. He was well-spoken and clearly not intoxicated. So here's the glitch. After I bought my ticket, he picked up my suitcase and walked me to the train, which was very kind of him. I stepped into the train. He placed my suitcase next to me. I turned to thank him, and he was gone. It was like as soon as he let go of my suitcase, he vanished into thin air. There was practically no one else around, so he didn't disappear into a crowd or anything like that. I glanced all around, and I couldn't see him anywhere. He definitely did not get on the train with me and wasn't anywhere on the platform. If he had run off, I would have heard his footsteps, and it wasn't enough time for him to disappear from sight, even if he was running. The whole situation felt so strange, not paranormal exactly, but surreal. Maybe I should mention that even though I was in university, I'd never been drunk or tried drugs. I wasn't sleep deprived. I say this because there wasn't an easy explanation, such as me imagining him disappearing or anything. Any theories on what it could have been? He seemed to recognize me and think that I was someone from his past. So maybe some kind of time slip. I don't know. Thanks for reading.
I wouldn't classify this as a terrifying story. I would consider this more in the realm of unexplained, and at least for me and in my life, intriguing. To set the scene, I am 12 years old at the time. It's a family reunion, the month of December. It wasn't snowing where we were in California, but it was very cold. All my family were inside. They were going to start a fire, and then we'd begin our official family game night. I always loved coming out to my aunt and uncle's house because they were so much further away from the city than our home. We lived in LA. Their home was in Joshua Tree. Surrounding my family's house was only small trees, smooth, rocky hills, and the desert, essentially. There weren't any other houses immediately in view. There also just weren't many people out there. So I was still outside. I wasn't riding my four-wheeler around anymore, but I was sitting on top of it, just taking in the night before going in to join the rest of my family. Sitting there, I saw something moving in the distance. I couldn't really see it at all, but it did kind of look like someone, something walking on two legs. At the time, I was sure that it was just the moonlight hitting whatever this was, but it was all white, and it cast a shadow. As far as I could tell, it had no arms, and it moved rather slowly. It moved almost as though it was in slow motion. I started to walk in the direction of the thing, and as the house moved out of my line of sight, and more of the horizon was in my view, I could see that there was another one, slightly smaller and trailing just a bit behind the other one. It was behind, but it was still moving slowly and calmly. As my eyes adjusted even more, it wasn't like it made more sense, but I was gaining more details about the thing I was seeing. The things. Very thin legs. Resembling more like how a bird has tall, skinny legs, but they weren't bird legs. They were completely straight. The creature had no wings. It was like sticks covered in a sham. Not a transparent one. As a 12-year-old, I genuinely thought maybe I was looking at two moving ghosts, but more like the Halloween version of a ghost than a ghostly person. Again, there were no arms. I guess Casper was my best reference at the time. Casper on stilts with no eyes. I think that it can be easier to draw sometimes than what I'm describing, and I've done that many times. It's not that the drawings are so much detailed, because describing or drawing, I still don't know what their faces looked like. Everything was just white. I watched them for a good while, and they just sort of glided. No bending of the knees. Just two of them, making their way over the rocky hills. It was only then that I considered running in to grab someone, once they were out of sight. Originally, I didn't want to miss anything, but in that moment, I realized that I'd likely lost any hope of somebody validating what I'd been watching. I couldn't see them any longer, so I went inside for the fire and games. Though I never saw them again, and I still haven't to this day, I did get a chance to ask my uncle about them that night. He told me that he didn't know what it was that I saw, what they were, but he was pretty sure that he'd seen them before too. He told me the first time was a few years ago, and he'd only caught a glimpse of them. But then, the second time, he'd gotten a decent look, and there were two, one bigger and one smaller, just as I had seen. He asked if I too felt like they were peaceful, and I thought about that for a moment, and I decided that I guess I did think that. I told him that I wasn't scared, that yes, I felt they were peaceful, especially when I saw that there were two of them, one smaller, one bigger. He told me that, yeah, he agreed, and that he decided a while ago that maybe they were part of this land and this place, either protecting or maybe just coexisting with us. Even now, I still think he's probably right. That place always did feel special, and it still does. We had to cancel this year's reunion, which sucks, but usually every year my uncle and I will stay outside a bit longer than everyone else, just to see if we can get a glimpse. It's been about 12 years since my first and only sighting, but I'm pretty confident these things are still out there. I think they were here before us, and for some reason, I just think that they'll be here after us, too. Anyways, that's my story. Sorry I don't have more information on what exactly these are. A family of Bigfoot used to live on my aunt and uncle's property in eastern Washington. From the back patio of the house, I'd watch them with binoculars as they'd casually travel in and out of the forest clearing, sometimes carrying large branches with them, back and forth. There were 4 members in this Bigfoot family. They all had thick brown fur and ranged in size, the largest Bigfoot easily being close to 8 feet tall. Over the years, as they became more aware and comfortable with our presence there, the sightings of them became more and more frequent as they'd go about their routines. They never tried to contact or interact with us, and we sure never tried to approach them either. We were happy spectating safely from 100 or so yards away. My uncle was able to amass quite a collection of tapes that he'd recorded from his handheld camcorder. He had a shoebox filled with stacks of grainy footage that he was able to capture over the years, and he was proud to play them for any neighbors or family that would stop in. Back in the 1980s, there was no YouTube that you could put your videos on for the world to see. Back then, when you recorded a video, your audience was whoever you could fit in your living room to watch it. He even went as far as giving the Bigfoot family names: Tim, Tom, Lucy, and Bill. Bill was the biggest. Lucy was a bit shorter, and Tim and Tom were equal height. And my uncle swears he could identify and separate each member's tone when we'd hear them communicating with each other. We all knew Bill's roar because it was the deepest and loudest, levels above the other grunts and hollers that would echo through the trees. But most of the time, the Bigfoot family stayed silent. One humid July night, we heard Bill let out a sound that shook our windows. Then, all of them started going wild. My uncle barges into my room asking if I hear what's going on outside and if I can see anything out my window. It's dark, but by the little glow provided by the moon, I can see none of the Bigfoot are in the 100-yard clearing. My uncle tells me to stay in my room as he fumbles to put a new tape in the camcorder and rushes out the back door. Then, from my window, I watch my aunt join him on the patio while he anxiously pans his camera across the tree lines as the forest continues to emit sounds of chaos. In a gasp of shock, I hear my aunt point out something running through the branches fast. My uncle turns his camera, and we see either Tim or Tom rip into the clearing from the trees. He's screaming wildly and coming right for the house. My uncle doesn't budge. He keeps his camera fixed on the fast-approaching Bigfoot. I put my face against the glass and watch this creature get about 50 yards from the house, when it suddenly collapses, lifelessly, into the grass. Then I notice another figure emerge from the tree line, but this one doesn't resemble a Bigfoot. It was much smaller. From my view, this new figure walking toward the Bigfoot looked like a human. As the figure neared, its head jerked up in the direction of my aunt and uncle. This made them both dash inside and lock the doors. They both came into my room, and we watched as this figure grabbed the Bigfoot's legs and dragged it back into the darkness. One by one, the shouts and roars became fewer and fewer, until the forest was silent again. The next day, there's a knock on the front door. I'm sitting in the kitchen eating cereal, and my uncle answers it. From the kitchen table, I see standing in the doorway are 2 men in black suits and fedoras. They look identical to one another: pale skin, sunken blue eyes, no eyebrows, their faces completely hairless. Their appearance scares me enough that I take my cereal into my uncle's room to eat it in there. Moments after I close the door to continue to eat, my uncle opens the door. I greet him and tell him I won't spill cereal on their bed, but he ignores me. His eyes don't even look over at me. Walking past the bed, he makes his way to the closet, where I see him retrieve his shoeboxes of tapes. He maintains his glossy stare as he exits the bedroom. Following behind him, I poke my head out the door and watch him hand the shoeboxes to the scary men. When they leave, the dazed look on my uncle's face fades away, but he immediately becomes violently ill and spends the remainder of the day asleep on the couch. Later, when I tried to ask about the two men in suits, my uncle wouldn't give me any more information besides those men needed my tapes. Any further questions of mine were met with, "I don't know, but it's best we don't concern ourselves with it." My aunt and uncle passed away in the early 2000s, without me ever getting more answers. We didn't talk about the event or the Bigfoots after that. I still live on the property in eastern Washington, but have never had a Bigfoot encounter since that night. And if I do, I don't think I'll be filming it.
I saw a creature on my way back from church that made me lose faith. For context, this was about 2017, 2018, when I went to Wednesday church, where they'd pick us up in church vans and take us to the church from 7 to 10 p.m. So a normal night happens, and soon we all hop into the van to go home. I'm talking about 6 rows full of kids and 3 adults. I'm in the second row with my sister and a woman that we'll call Sister Blair. And when we take people home, we start with those who are furthest away and go down the list. At this time, I'm in Ohio, so back roads, and it's completely dark except for some streetlights. We are in the town, so we're usually last to go home, and I've been going to this place since I was a child. Not anymore, but that's a different story. So we are down about half of the kids, and we're going down a street that I ride almost every day, so I think nothing of it. Then I hear my sister point out something in the road. Now, bear with me here as I try to explain this freaking creature that isn't anything human. This thing terrified me so much, it's the reason I lost faith. In the middle of the road is this thing. It's got a human body, very skinny, like all bones. And the way that it was bent is so hard to explain, so picture a man's body, maybe 80 pounds at most, doing a crab walk, but his hands are twisted backwards, and same with his feet. Like you can see the skin that's wrapped around the arms and the legs. And that's not the worst thing. The worst thing was his head. It wasn't a human head. It was like those horse masks, but the neck was twisted around so much, it was like a rope. And it's staring at us. But like a horse dead staring at you with no life. Kind of like a deer in headlights. In these 5 seconds, we slammed on the brakes and kind of all looked at it as it essentially crab walks with its backwards legs first into the side of the road. So it walks into the hillside of the road and then just disappears under like 4 trees. With no words, the driver starts driving again, and Sister Blair just tells us all to grab hands and close our eyes. Then she says a prayer for about 5 minutes. We all went on together, and I've never seen it again. This was about 5 or 6 years ago when I was a freshman in college. I lived with my Uncle James and his girlfriend Terry, and Terry's 3 kids. The oldest, Julia, was 15. The younger girl, KARI, was 13, and the younger boy, Chris, was 10. These stories are about the kids, mainly Chris. The way the house was laid out was strange. When I moved in, there wasn't enough room for me to have my own space. There were only 2 bedrooms on the kids' side of the house. The girls shared one, and I shared with Chris, since he had a sleepwalking issue. We had bunk beds, and I always slept on the top. Now, onto the stories. Chris would sleepwalk every night. I usually managed to catch him before he would leave the room, and I'd tell him to go back to bed. He would listen, and that would be that. Usually. Sometimes I would be up late, as I was a college student trying to do my work. On those nights, I would hear things that didn't make sense. The whole house was carpet except for the dining room, which was right outside of our bedroom. The door was always open since Chris was terrified of the dark, and also because Terry had a baby monitor plugged into the dining room. They wouldn't be able to hear us call for them otherwise. One night, I was sitting on my bed reading when I heard what sounded like nails skirting across the dining room. It sounded like a dog or some other animal had just dashed across the room. We didn't have any pets. I immediately looked up, but it was dark and I couldn't see anything. I felt something squeeze my chest, but brushed it off as fear. I told myself I imagined it. I went back to reading, only to hear the pitter-patter of nails run right across the doorway. If something had run by, I would have seen it, but nothing was there. I felt afraid again, but decided that I wasn't going to be afraid. I'd always been taught that I have nothing to fear with my faith. So I said out loud, "If you're trying to scare me, it won't work." And then I went back to reading. I didn't hear anything else. A few nights later, I woke up to Chris whispering below me, "I don't want to. Please don't make me." I immediately sat up and twisted to look down at him. He was starting to get up, to head to his sister's room, which was on the other side of the dining room. I called his name and he stopped. I called him again and he turned and said my name. I was relieved, as he only ever said my name when he was awake. He never called me when he was asleep. I told him it was late and to go back to sleep. He slowly ambled back to the bed, and I asked him who he was talking to. He shrugged and said, "The man," before laying back down and going to sleep. I stayed up to make sure he didn't get up again. As I sat in bed, there was a knock on the window, right next to my face. The bunk beds were placed right against them. I hurried to pull open the curtain, but I didn't see anyone. This was strange for a few reasons. One, we had motion-activated floodlights that were very sensitive, so they would have been on if someone was there, but they weren't. Two, the windows opened to the garage port, and there was no one in the driveway. It was an open garage, so I would have seen them. I opened the curtain not even a second later. I told myself that it was James playing a prank, but I knew that wasn't true. The security system announced any time a door was open, so sneaking out was impossible. I told myself to ignore it, and I went back to bed. The very next night, I was sitting on the floor as my Kindle was charging and I couldn't sleep. I was sitting directly across from the beds. It was maybe 1:32 in the morning when Chris bolted upright and opened his mouth wide. He didn't utter a sound, but I could see the veins in his neck bulging as he tried to scream. I was so worried and I tried to hurry over to him, but before I could, he closed his mouth and turned to me. With his eyes still shut, as he slept, he told me, "See, that's the man I told you about." My first thought was the knock on the window. Chris flopped back down and didn't say anything else, but I felt something cover the room. I was sitting next to the cupboard that no one used. We didn't put Chris's toys in it. We didn't put any clothes, nothing. It was maybe 1.5 by 2 feet, so tiny. But it felt dark in a way that frightened me, as I sat a mere 3 feet from it.
I hurried up and went to lay down. I couldn't shake the strange feeling all night. It was summer, and the girls and I would sometimes stay up all night talking and watching movies while Chris slept. One night, we were all tired, so we went to bed early. The next morning, Terry asked the girls and I to try not talking so loud, as she had to work and couldn't sleep since she'd heard us talking on the baby monitor. I shared a look with the girls, confused. They told Terry that we weren't up late, that we were all asleep. She didn't believe us, and she had James confirm that they heard girls talking over the monitor the night before. We insisted, and finally, they believed us. Terry figured that maybe signals had crossed, and she'd see about getting a different monitor. She never listened when we tried to tell her all that we had witnessed and heard. One night, I was unable to wake in time to stop Chris from going to his sister's room. I woke to KARI freaking out. I ran over to try to calm her and figure out what was going on. Chris was standing by her bed as she panicked. She started telling me through tears that she woke up suddenly because she felt like she couldn't breathe, and she saw Chris just standing and staring at her. She said she tried to say something, but couldn't, and so she tried to scream. She says that Julie woke up and called her name, and that she could breathe after that. That was when she started yelling for me. I calmed her down and got all the kids back into bed. I stayed up the rest of the night and made sure they were all okay. I never missed Chris wandering off after that. I was too afraid to sleep deeply at all, in case he slipped away again. One day my older sister came over, and it was just her, me, and the kids that were home. We were all bored, so we decided to play hide and seek. The house was big enough. We made the rule that no one could go into Terry and James's room, as that would be cheating. Everything was going great for a while. James got home in the middle of me seeking. I had found Julie and Chris in the living room and went to the kitchen. For some background, the kitchen had a pantry with a doorknob that was jammed, and we never got around to fixing it. In the pantry was the door to the attic. The light switch, for some reason, was in the top left of the doorway. So to turn on the light, your hand would have to be a foot from the attic entrance. We all tended to avoid the pantry if possible, as we had felt strange whenever we were inside of it. That being said, apparently my sister and KARI decided to dash in there moments before I got to the kitchen. I walked in just as James leaned against the pantry door to shut it completely before releasing it. KARI and my sister pounded on the door, yelling that it wasn't funny. James laughed and got off the door to open it. Only he couldn't. The knob had jammed again. James and I could hear the change in their voices. I'll never forget the pure terror in their screams as they begged to be let out. I can still hear James cursing as he twisted and twisted at the knob, trying to get it open. I rushed over to help. I don't know how long it took, but it felt like an eternity to get that door open. James ended up breaking the entire doorknob off and rushed KARI and my sister out of the pantry. They were both sobbing and panicked to the point we couldn't understand anything they were saying. It took a while for them to calm down enough to understand why they were so afraid. They both said that when they heard James lean on the door, they got scared, so my sister reached up to turn on the light. She says that when she did, they both saw the door to the attic was open. KARI and my sister swore up and down that they saw a hand with claws stretching out before the light went out. That was when they began screaming. They were so shaken that James didn't doubt them for a moment. He grabbed a chair and a flashlight and went to the attic. He opened it and examined every inch. James said he didn't see anything, but that he would block off the attic door. Until then, no more hiding in the pantry. We all agreed without question. But even after that, the knob was never fixed. We didn't want the door to be unable to open again. My sister told me before she left she was terrified of what might have happened if James hadn't come home. She wasn't sure we would have been able to get that door open. I only lived there for a semester before moving back home. According to Julie and KARI, Chris's sleepwalking has only gotten worse. This is something that happened to me and two friends about 14 to 16 months ago. I've got a short account, and I don't know if it qualifies since I didn't see it, but someone I was with did. So here goes. Two of my friends, who are a married couple, and I were walking on my family's land. It's about 170 acres and heavily wooded, with both pines and hardwoods, and heavily trailed. It was dark, but my friends wanted me to take them out to the walking trails. A couple of neighbors' dogs followed us, a coonhound and a Great Pyrenees, and we walked south, then east to my camping area. We were hanging out at my camping spot when behind us, further back in the trail that we had come down, the dogs started acting strange. We were looking back and they came out of the woods to our left and stood on the trail. The Great Pyrenees started growling, real low, and looking defensive. The coonhound is a goofball, but he was also acting disturbed about something. They were both looking back down the trail to the west. I immediately got quite a strange and serious feeling. It was a bit ominous. I've learned to trust my gut, which I recommend to anybody in the woods, or if you're around a person or animal that you feel instinctually is threatening. Anyways, I said to my friends, we better get back to the house. And to get my point across, I sort of grimly added, now. Well, we were heading west on the trail, and the dogs, if I remember correctly, had vacated the area. While walking, I looked back and saw my one friend, the wife, looking into the woods, off the trail, and she staggered back a few steps. Her husband and I asked her what was wrong, as she stared down the same area the dogs had previously been growling at. She said, I'll tell you when we get back. I don't want to scare Dan. He's kind of easily spooked. So we got back and we asked her what she saw. She tells us that she felt she needed to look off the trail into the trees. We all had headlamps on, and she said she saw something halfway behind a tree, looking at her. She said it was pale, whitish, with an oval kind of shaped head. Looked like it was crouching, with long limbs. She kept stressing how skinny it was, particularly the limbs. She said it had a surprised look on its face, like it didn't expect us to be there. Myself and friends and relatives used the trails regularly, but not at night. She said that the thing was bobbing back and forth in kind of a creepy way, like moving its head behind the tree and then swaying its head and shoulders back rhythmically to look at her. She said it didn't appear to be aggressive at that moment, but looked scary. I pulled up the famous trail cam pic of the rake, or whatever it is, and she got a shocked look on her face and nodded, yes. However, she made it clear that it wasn't exactly the same. The next night, I was on the back porch and heard a freaky, very, very shrill scream come from the woods. I don't know if the two were related, but I've lived in the country for most of my life, and I've never heard anything like it. This is in North Alabama, by the way, and this is one of multiple things that have happened around here. But this is the only one that I know of involving this creature. This, perhaps, is one of the most interesting things to ever happen to me in my 36 years in this realm. I have perhaps encountered a Sasquatch, or a freaky bear, or perhaps had an experience with extraterrestrials. And I've definitely met some very strange, creepy people in Northern California. This experience, however, is just an experience I have no idea how to explain. Nor do I know what to think, nor do I ever want to think about it ever again. However, I feel as if I have to get this one off my chest because it is weird, and oftentimes I have very strange dreams that are involved around it. And it makes me believe, subconsciously, I suppose, that I have never dealt with the possible trauma from what happened. I was born and raised in New Mexico and ended up moving to California with my father throughout the rest of my life, with the exception of some stints here and there due to jobs and whatnot. Normally, I avoided New Mexico like the plague. It's a haunted, godforsaken, rattlesnake-infested hellhole. My mother and my sister, however, just refused to leave the desolate wasteland, and so oftentimes I have to go down there and visit. Especially when my mother got cancer. She's fine now. She had a tumor on her parathyroid, and it was removed, thankfully. So backstory over, onward with the actuality of what had happened. I was driving my piece of crap Honda down the highway when it just ran out of gas. I found that odd because when I initially started the car, I had a quarter of a tank. But such is, I guess. It just sort of sputtered out in the middle of the highway, around the end of the road of the reservation. I knew that there was a gas station about a mile away, once I managed to get onto the highway. So I took the empty gas canister out of my truck and walked out into the heat. I had a backpack of Gatorades and water bottles to avoid heat stroke. I was aware that I could lose quite a bit of electrolytes very quickly. On the road I walked down, it was very complicated to call my sister Kelly to let her know where I was and what the situation was, because there just didn't seem to be a signal anywhere. I walked and I walked, sticking my thumb out to no avail. There were no reservation police or other passerby trucks. It seemed as if I was all alone, out in the brightness, the heat, on the most sunshiny day, in the middle of friggin' nowhere, New Mexico. As I walked and I walked, I saw a dead hummingbird on the ground. I found that very sad, at first. Yet as I walked further and further, I found it odd that there was even a hummingbird there in the first place. They're not typically seen in the area where I come from. They're not non-existent, but they're just super duper rare to see. There's not a bunch of what I would consider to be nectar that they seek, nor pollen from flowers which they desire. Further along, I continued down the open road with the sun beaming down on me. Soon after that, I saw another dead hummingbird. Now, I thought, this is getting weird. Weirder and weirder, perhaps. I suppose deep down I sort of subconsciously preferred to consider it just a coincidence. It was only after a few hundred yards more that I saw another one. And then shortly after, another one. And another. And then another. And then more. And then even more. It came to a point where the dead hummingbird started to trail away from the side of the road and then make a trail off away and into the berm. This may have been a bad idea on my part, but my weakness has always been that my curiosity has preferred to get the better of me, which is what killed the cat. So, I followed the trail of dead hummingbirds. It was almost like a Hansel and Gretel breadcrumb trail. It seemed as if it was some sort of methodically laid out plan. Follow the dead hummingbirds if you dare. It went on until I passed the berm and completely away from the road, and now out in the arroyo and deep down amidst the few sparse trees to and fro. And that was where I found it. It was something. I'm not sure I could ever describe it fully. It was just like this strange pile of dead hummingbirds, Like, it was friggin' huge. Maybe about 2 feet from the ground. A huge, massive, disturbing pile of them. I sort of stood there rather perplexed, and I scanned all around the place to see if there was some sort of indication as to what had transpired. Yet, there was nada, nothing, zilch. It seemed as if there was just an inexplicable pile of dead hummingbirds out in the middle of the desert. That's when the real weirdness happened. There was this very strange, shaky, quivering sort of hum that was more than just audible. No, this was also physical. I cannot say that the ground was shaking. I would rather say that it seemed as if my head was. I began to feel a bit nauseous, and the first thing I thought to myself was, get up on out of here. Like a coward, I did. I ran, and the worst decision I didn't even realize that I had made is I just started running randomly without any adherence to where I'd originally come from. Basically, I was just running in a direction without any regard. It took me a solid 30 to 40 minutes running through the arroyo to find the road again. Some native was driving down the road when I stumbled out from the side, and he picked me up, gave me a ride to the casino that had a gas station, and when I filled up, he offered to give me a ride back to my car. He could tell that I was shaken up, and I could sort of sense that he didn't want to broach the subject, but sort of felt as if he should. So, he asked me if I was all right. I didn't want to go into too much, but I sort of explained a few of the details. But only a few, for fear of sounding like an absolute whack job. After what I told him, his silence is what unnerved me the most. He either thought I was nuts, or he straight up did not want to talk about it. Eventually, that hum, he said. Yeah, it makes me sick too. I filled up my tank. I went to work. I apologized for being late, and I explained what had happened. Nobody on my job site wanted to speak of it. Fast forward about a week or so. My sister woke me up asking if I could sweep the front walkway because she was too grossed out. I didn't know what to infer, but I love my little sister and I'd do anything she asked. I suppose I wish she had told me that it was just ridden with dead lizards, just laying on their backs, the bluish, gross veins exposed upon their bellies, and ants upon ants, just completely devouring them. It was, at best, disturbing. So I got the push broom, and I pushed them off the walkway, and then that's where the hum began again. And I just sort of fell to my knees. I couldn't stop feeling nauseous and began vomiting a bit. My sister and I have always kept this from my ma, because I don't know how she would react. I do not know what happens out there in that strange part of New Mexico, but I will say this. If you ever stumble across tiny dead animals, like a pile of them, just out in the middle of the desert, just leave it be. And if you hear the hum, never, ever return. I will preface this by saying that I grew up in a very spiritual family. My mom especially had tons of stories about ghosts and spirits that she'd encountered in her life. When I was around 7 years old, my family moved into a new house. From the get-go, my mom said there was a spirit in the house, but she was friendly. It was a little old lady called Elsie. If you looked up our address online, it said that the previous tenant was named Elsie. Mom was never afraid and was adamant that Elsie was looking out for her, as my mom was diagnosed with cancer a few months after the move. On nights where my stepdad had gone out for drinks with his friends and all of us children were asleep, Mom would see a shadow pause by her doorframe before disappearing, almost as if Elsie was looking in to check on her. I remember a specific time where my family went on holiday and my uncle was house-sitting as we had 2 dogs. He called my mom in obvious panic
claiming that there was a little old woman at the top of the stairs calling his name. My mom very calmly told him that it was just Elsie. She was harmless. But if he was really worried, to carry one of my mom's crystals in his pocket and politely ask Elsie to leave him alone. As far as I'm aware, he wasn't bothered by her again. My mom had a photo of her grandfather displayed on our landing and told us that if we ever lost anything, we just needed to go to the photograph and ask great-granddad for help finding the missing item. It didn't matter if you'd been searching for your lost item for days. Without fail, asking great-granddad would always result in you finding the thing in the next half hour, even if you'd already looked everywhere. My mom died of cancer in 2011 when I was just 13. Since then, I've felt her presence around me in many different situations. I never see her, but I felt her sitting on the end of my bed to watch over me whenever I'm sick, just like she would do when she was alive and I was unwell as a child. I don't think this counts as a ghost story, but she leaves me feathers and other signs when I need a little encouragement. On the day of my graduation from university, I was upset as she was missing a day she'd always said she was massively looking forward to. As I walked out of the ceremony, a feather landed on top of my graduation cap. If I'm upset, or sometimes just talking about her, lights will flicker and sometimes blow out entirely. As far as actual ghostly sightings go, my current house is haunted by a ghost that we've called Clive. I've read somewhere that you shouldn't name ghosts as you give them more power, but Clive was a joke name that stuck. Since moving in, myself and my sisters have all heard footsteps from empty rooms. My youngest sister has had more than one friend stay over, who has woken up in the middle of the night and been adamant that a tall man has been standing in a corner, staring at them. Whenever this has happened, I should explain that we haven't mentioned anything about Clive to these people. I'm the only person who lives here that's seen Clive with my own eyes. On 2 occasions, I've woken up to someone calling my name and seen a tall man walking from one end of my bedroom to the other before disappearing. On another occasion, I was sitting in my back garden having a cigarette. Our back door is glass and you can see through the living room, down the hallway, all the way to the front door. The door to the kitchen is in this hallway. I was looking into the house and I saw a tall man walk from the bottom of the stairs, through the hallway, and into the kitchen. I assumed it was my then boyfriend, so when I finished my cigarette, I went to the kitchen, expecting to see him there, but it was empty. My boyfriend was in my bedroom upstairs and was adamant that he'd been there the whole time and hadn't come downstairs. Luckily, I've never felt afraid or uncomfortable when it comes to Clive, but I have had to ask spirits to leave a couple of times, as they can scare my cat.